everybody and welcome to the European Championship. I'm here with Renier. And
Hello.
and together we will be taking a look at some of the games that are being played right now. Today we have the first round. They started already for half an hour. And if you're hearing an echo, it's because I have my my video open. So while I fix that, I'm going to let Renier take a look at some of the games we have here at the first board. Nino Batsiashvili against Andrea Navrotescu from France.
So this is first board, right?
Yeah, that's the first board.
Okay, so we have a Cambridge Prince opening. This is variation with Queen A5. I don't know much about this. Kind of a strange something here.
Board 7. Is the board 7 still playing? We saw some moves. I don't know why the
Board
result
7. Yeah, I had the result, but
I think it's gone now, yeah?
yeah, it's gone, but it's still playing. Seems like black is already in a little trouble. How do I turn this off? I don't want to look at this here.
You don't want to look at yourself?
No, I want to turn off this. Is it possible?
I don't know. Let me see. How can we turn this off?
We're looking to see if we can.
Turn the engine off.
Yeah,
How do we do that?
there should be a
We
way.
could just not see it, no?
Okay, so
How
here,
about that?
so here we don't.
Let
we
me
don't
just
really see it.
fix this. If because now the board will be a little bit weird. So hold on a second. And let me fix this.
Pretty sure there's gotta be an option of turning it off. Yeah.
There must be an option, but I just don't know it. We will discover it together. There you go. And you still see the bar, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, doesn't matter. Seems very complicated.
What do you think? There you go.
All right, let's take a look at some games. Who do we want to check out? Let's start. Corina not playing?
Corina is not playing, I saw that. I don't know what's happening. We're talking about Corina Peptan, number 2 right now in Romania.
Okay, so let's check the game. First board game.
Okay.
So I really don't know this opening here, but I don't know if Bishop D3 is very accurate. Normally, what White plays here is the move Knight D2, and then Black can play many ways. But okay, something like D takes C4 and something like this, and Knight C4. Then Black can play Queen C7. It's just like a Queen C7. Let's say something like Rook C1, Bishop E7, and then G3. And I played a game like this with Black, maybe in 1 year ago before the
pandemic,
yeah.
when you could still play many
But this
tournaments.
Bishop D3 is allowing Knight E4, which is what Black is playing for. And now I'm thinking that White. What is White's idea? Because here, okay, if you take on E4, what is White's idea after, let's say, Bishop takes E4, then D takes E4, and here.
Okay. Here we just lost a piece.
No, you have to play, I think, 95.
95.
I think you have to play this.
Mm-hmm.
and some sort of compensation, no? Like if I take this pawn,
There's already...
because this
You
bishop
cannot
on
take the pawn.
okay,
no?
I cannot take this pawn. It's made on d8.
Let's
yeah,
show
I see.
that.
Okay,
Queen
so
takes
if
e5.
queen e5, then we have queen d8 made. Yeah.
Would be really nice. I highly doubt that
No,
it would
that's not
happen.
gonna happen. But okay, so here let's say knight e5, d5, and okay, looks interesting. The bishop on
Bishop
c8
somewhere,
is
no?
bishop on c8 is really bad, and this bishop on f8 doesn't seem very happy either. So I'm thinking this could
How
be
about bishop
interesting.
b4 here? Can we play that?
Yes. I suppose.
Castle, because I still cannot take anything, or...
Yeah, why not?
And here I just wanted
You
to...
have to take on c3, yeah?
I do?
Well, I'm taking this pawn on e4.
Ah, yes, okay. I'm also taking on e5. If I
Yeah.
castle...
I see. Could be interesting.
But if I castle, I don't have many squares for the bishop. Okay, I will have to take on c3 eventually, right? If you take on e4, I take on
e5.
e5.
Not sure this position. Looks interesting, but not sure who is better. Let's see
Maybe
what.
a little bit white, because of the bishop on c8. Just a little bit.
Yeah, but it's like very concrete, no? It
Yeah,
is-
it's true.
So bishop takes on e4, d4, knight e5. It's gotta be some theory here, no? Very early. Okay, not queen e5. We show this. Bishop b4 looks like an interesting move. Then white should castle and castle. I'm here and I'm looking at what could white, how could white play.
How about queen d4? Can we play queen d4 here? But still, I don't think we're taking any pawns, are we?
Why not?
Well, because I think after takes on c3, maybe that pawn on c3 is going to be a little bit...
Okay, here.
will hurt? Isn't that going to hurt on c3? That structure?
Yeah, but okay. If I play bishop f6 on something, some idea, no? Okay, but it seems like black could probably develop the bishop somehow. Bishop d7 and bishop c6 some place.
But how do I develop? How am I going to develop?
Well,
Exactly?
should we start?
c5? No. Mm-hmm.
Something like this is going to happen. Yeah, but this doesn't. Still, bishop cannot get out. It's
Yeah.
not so clear.
Cannot
Huh?
get out, no.
Ah, okay. So here I have this move. I think it's very important. Yeah, I have this move with black. f6.
Okay. Ah, that's nice. So the point is that we cannot
Yeah,
take
you
with
cannot
white.
take on f6 because this bishop on g5 is always hanging.
I see.
So you have to play something like, I don't know, bishop f4 or bishop f4, and for black it makes a lot of sense to get rid of some pieces. But still, I don't know. I don't like black's position too much. Let's see what they play. This is certainly
No,
some.
it's still not no move. Bishop e7 and bishop d6. White is better. An idea. Maybe after when? After we took on c3, no? Someone was suggesting bishop e7 and bishop d6. Don't know if there was a point where that could have happened.
Yeah, what's the people?
yeah,
what are people saying here? So
Maybe at some point bishop e7 and bishop d6.
let's
I
go
think
back
in
here.
our line we never had a chance to play that.
So here, castle, queen d4.
Mm-hmm. And here we took on c3, but
Maybe
okay,
it's-
we have to.
no,
Maybe f6 now.
Yeah, maybe f6
f6
without
directly.
capturing. Yeah.
Okay, bishop e7 after taking on e4. Queen e4, queen c3 at that point. So right here.
I don't understand.
The suggestion of bishop e7 was in our line where, like right here, where you play queen e4, queen c3, and there bishop e7. If queen c3,
if queen c3, but this, okay, this looks this looks suicidal, and I think that some of the ideas is that white just wants to play. Okay, so first of all, something like rook a d1, and this bishop is very difficult to develop. But some idea like
bishop e7 just wins the pawn on c5 to start with. Yes.
Let's see.
You don't want the pawn.
No, I want.
He wants checkmate.
I want checkmate or something. So let's start. If I start with rook a c1.
Okay. Queen a5. What do you want? Bishop f6?
Yeah, I wanted this move. But apparently it's not really working yet. Because there is king h8 and rook g8. This looks very bad. Honestly, I think I would play rook a d1. And you know how to develop the pieces. I play rook a d1, and maybe you want to play something like f6.
I'm sorry, so why are we not taking the pawn on c5? I'm very materialistic.
Well, because
you're going to take it anyway.
It's only a pawn.
Okay,
yes?
It's only a pawn.
Oh, rook d3, rook fd1, h4, h5.
Of course.
This looks.
You're playing by yourself, yeah?
It's like one-sided. No, but f6 is very nice. It's black needs to free the game, and this doesn't look convincing though. So we have to look for something else. What can white play here? I was thinking also knight e4, and after queen e5, now we can play something like
queen d4.
Queen d4 is an option.
Queen
I'm not
g4?
sure.
No,
Queen g4,
that's
f5.
not going to be an option. f5.
Queen g4, f5. I was thinking if there is some a3 that you can insert, but maybe not. This doesn't feel very aggressive. Like
No.
white is better developed, but
Okay, now I can get my bishop out, yeah?
but black has two bishops, so
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm playing bishop a5. I was just thinking that in if bishop d7, you play a3.
thinking f6 here.
Okay.
Thinking f6, and you know,
And rook
at
d8.
some point maybe even e5, and I suspect that two bishops should give some counterplay in the endgame, but maybe I'm wrong. This is interesting. I'm look forward to see what they play here.
Yeah, I think we should check out other boards as well.
Sure.
No? They
sure.
are still thinking. Should we look at... Okay, let's see board 3. We have the Romanian champion there. Please be careful here. Okay. We have the Romanian champion here playing with the black pieces. I think this is still not right. The board just moved. Now it should be right.
So let's see how this
A
game
very
started.
talented junior, Alessia.
So the game started d4 and Catalan. And this is a very sharp line. So white plays queen c2, and then bishop takes and queen d2. I should comment here that the idea on queen d2, white takes with the queen here. So let's say black plays something like let's say b5, then white can play a4, and on c6 there is this capture, and then the queen can go on g5 and hitting two pawns, castle, and this is still, I think, this theory. bishop a6 in this position, maybe a move. And okay, there should be a lot of theory here, but this is why they take on d2 with the queen. Taking with the knight, maybe black can hang on to this pawn with b5, and it's not so easy now to. Well, eventually white will have to play b3 and play for compensation, some position like this. Let's say castle or whatever. Let's put the king's castle and then something like b3. It's compensation, but it's also a pawn, no? For black, it's take, and maybe bishop a6 or queen b6.
Typical position, no? For these lines. So they play queen takes d2.
So here they took here and then c6, a4, here and here, and now knight d6. There is a funny option here, probably, which is queen b6, I think.
Okay, you want b2, yeah?
Yeah,
So what do we do?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
I'm not sure.
you're not sure?
No.
Okay, what if I take on e4?
Well, if you take on e4, then
You take on b2,
you
rook
take on
a3,
b2.
f5, and I lost the house?
Yeah.
Is that it? I was hoping to survive with my rook, but I'm not going to survive, right?
f5.
I lost everything. I just got almost checkmated. Okay, so queen b6, back to queen b6. Castle was an option, knight a3.
Castle is an option, and then here,
Knight a3 I was thinking, or you
or
want
even
something else?
or even this,
Knight e5.
even this.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, let's show the line with queen a1 on
No,
knight
okay.
e5. No?
If I take on a1, I think
Queen f7,
I think this
king
is just
d8.
this is very very bad.
Yeah, this is very bad.
Just
yeah.
take maybe just take g7 here first.
I was thinking queen g7 and knight f7.
Yeah, and it's horrible. No, it's really bad. So here black should probably play here, and white can now maybe knight a3 or knight d2.
Knight a3 or knight d2. You're also threatening knight takes c6 if
I'm threatening just to take on c4 and
to take on c4. Yeah.
maybe rook fb1. I really don't know here what to do, but yeah.
It's complicated. Looks.
So
Here queen f4, knight d6
knight
was played.
d6, knight a3, and now she castle and knight e5 and knight a6 and castle knight b4, and here we are.
And here we are. White to play. Okay, do we take on c4 now? No, I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't know, we can take that anytime we want.
I think white should probably take on c4.
Okay. Take on c4, rook d1 was another option here, I thought.
Thing is that this position's probably not so much.
It's not allowed for white, you mean?
Yeah, because black is very solid. Something like b6 now and bishop a6. Knight on b4 is really strong piece. It's hard to get it out, yeah? And it defends everything.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that maybe it does make sense for white to keep some pieces on the board still and play rook ac1 like you wanted to play, maybe.
Yeah. That's what I thought, that the knight on d6 is not so not such a great piece, no?
Maybe something like this. Yeah, but the idea is black's pawn up. And
Yeah,
and you will have to capture on c4 some time, and
I will, yeah.
and then black will get rid of the knight. Rook fd1, I'm guessing. So here, by keeping the knight on e5, if black moves the b pawn, the c6 pawn is hanging. We'd rather take this pawn on c6.
And if you move the bishop, the knight on d6 is hanging. So I might have
Yeah,
tactics.
bishop d7 is a little...
Not part of the plan.
Where are you going, no?
No, I'm just getting it out. I'm not going anywhere.
I think rook fd1, I like this move very much. Did she play? Is this the move played?
Let me see. We have the games here. No, she took on c4.
Ah, she took on c4 immediately.
Knight ec4.
Mm-hmm.
Knight c4 is going to happen, I imagine.
Yeah,
because
for
now
sure.
it's- And the position that you were...
And this is where we
Looking at.
were, yeah?
we have Phil, do you remember Phil from Capel? And Philip Dorbush.
Oh, yes.
Hi. He was asking us if we can check Tatiana's game.
Where is she?
She's playing on the last board, he's saying. Yeah, there she is.
There is. There she is.
Let's see. Because she's playing against another Romanian.
Alekhine. Okay. We have 4 pawns. This is one of the critical lines against the Alekhine. It's more aggressive. I'm surprised. Who is this Maria? Do I know her?
I don't know her. No, I don't know her either.
F6.
I guess she's a junior.
I'm thinking that this is all theory so far. And the game is just beginning, so we will see what happens. What is black's plan here? So I'm guessing black should play probably queen e7 maybe. I'm thinking queen e7 or queen e8. And the idea would be to bring the rook to d8 as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, looks I don't know, the bar, this engine bar is saying like white is better. I don't think it's anything. This has to be just an opening position. What happens on queen e7? Is white ready for d5? Probably not. d5, ed, cd, knight 95, black should be fine, unless I'm hanging something on f5.
Are you? No, I don't.
No, but
I don't think so.
there could be knight d4 or some ideas with black and play. Okay, so d5 looks too early. First of all, black
Rook
can play
d8 is also
black
there.
can play knight e5, but there is also rook a8. So this looks too early. So if d5 doesn't work, I would like to play queen e7, I think. And rook a8 next. My only question is whether I should play queen e7 or queen e8.
I was thinking queen e8 maybe with queen g6 next.
Like this. So, yeah. They both have the same idea of rook a8. Queen e7 has the idea that maybe the queen is useful on b4 to attack the white pawns, and queen e8 it could go to g6 someday. So yeah, this game is developing. Let's see what happens. Let's check another. Let's check another game. Who is there?
Irena, let's see Irena Bulmara.
Great.
Can you fix the board?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Let's see. So she's playing black in this position.
Looks like a Catalan opening.
Yeah.
So d4 here. Oh yeah, Catalan for sure. c5, c3. Black chose to play this b6. Okay, so I would say not very threatening for black. And then b3, this looks so weird. d5. Okay, bishop b2, and then c takes d4. So okay, I don't know. I don't know if this is necessary, but c takes d4, c takes d4, and we have more or less symmetric position. Black is fine, of course. 95 takes on e5, takes. And it should be a slight advantage for black. Of course,
like black's position here.
Of course, the danger here for black is that you get nothing and you get an equal position and everything is trade off. This is probably the danger for Irena in this position.
But okay, for being black, I think that's what can you aspire?
First round, you really need to win.
No, of course, she's the favorite. She wants to win this. I have faith in her.
Yeah, for sure, but the position is
very dry.
It's tough because white white has everything, you know, like if you play very solid, like bringing the knight back to d4, for example, and then rook c1.
Yeah, on rook c8 you want to play knight d4 or rook c1?
Rook c8, I can always choose when to play knight d4. Yeah, so maybe put the queen somewhere and rook fc1 and start offering some trades. White is very solid. This might be difficult to break. And
how do I want to break? Knight c5 and knight maybe I want to play knight c5.
You will play knight c5. The danger is that, you know, white is not going to play or shouldn't play something like e3 and weaken some squares.
Yeah. Everything
is fine there, so I'm thinking knight d4, queen d2, rook c1. It's gonna be tough for Irena first round.
What else do we have? Let's see more.
So every time I think I try to do this,
you have to be careful with that.
Yeah.
It's okay, we'll fix it. Second board, maybe let's go with that. Bella Kotenashvili we have.
Okay, so can you fix?
Yeah, I can fix this. I'm here to fix. Is that fine now? Not yet. I think that's fine now.
Wow, this is very aggressive, no? It's like h4, h5.
But queens are off the board, so it's.
Oh, but okay. Okay, so this group fell, and here, I have to update my theory. I realize I'm not recognizing any of these lines. So rook d8, h4. I never knew this h4. Typical, but okay. And black takes on d4, takes, and knight c6. And now, this is of course forced. And now h5.
Interesting, yes?
Yeah, I'm thinking what is black's plan now. So white is, you know, a little more active, and black has this to solve these problems on the queen side. Maybe get the bishop out and rook c8 very quickly.
Can we go bishop g4 right now?
Yeah, I guess so. Bishop g4, knight takes d4. Not sure what the bishop is
doing on g4?
Is doing on g4.
No, I don't know what the bishop is doing on g4, but bishop d7 then.
Something like this, I think. Yeah, this doesn't look. Let's have a look at another game.
Okay, this
Yes.
one with
This one is no progress yet, yeah?
no progress yet. No, just knight c4. No, it actually hasn't been played. Knight ec4. That's where. That's the last move, right? That's the last move they played.
Mm-hmm. So black hasn't captured yet on c4.
Why?
Is there any option?
Maybe she's not at the board. There's knight f5, but the knight on f5
No, knight on f5.
is in the way of e4, yeah?
Yeah, it's probably not a very good idea. Strange. This is strange. I think taking
Okay.
on c4 is very natural here.
Let me see if I can see her. I think that's the first board that we have there, and she looks. She seems to be thinking. I think this is the first board that we have here on the video.
Okay, who else do we know
Deimante, she's playing.
that she is?
She has black.
45.
We have
Okay.
a Rui Lopez.
This line is very good to fight to fight with the black pieces, because it's not a lot of established theory, and you get this sort of King's Indian position. So he takes d4 and now knight b4. Alright, so why... Okay, so white should play probably... I don't know. What would you play here?
What would I play here? Bishop b3. I like my bishop.
Yeah, but you're gonna lose the bishop on c1 with knight
Oh,
d3?
knight d3. Okay, that's true. Do I have to take then and play something like
Well, I
queen
think
b3?
you can take.
Or play knight... No, knight c4 I cannot play. Knight f1. My knight is not
Take a
going
knight
to...
f1, yeah?
Yeah. My knight should be going to f1, not to c4.
Yeah, not yet. Seems like taking on d7.
Mm-hmm.
I think black.
Queen takes or knight takes?
Yeah, let's take with the queen.
Is there any... No, e5?
Oh, you
No,
have
I
always
think I have d5.
you have
always
always the
nice
d5
square
square.
d5.
That's not going to be. Yeah, this is
Not ready for e5 yet.
it's a little bit of a problem here. Maybe white should play knight f1 immediately, but black can take on a4, queen
Queen
a4
takes.
and knight d3.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I mean, I'm going to lose. There's. It's not really about keeping the bishops anymore.
No, not anymore, no.
If I play knight f1, yeah, black can take here, and then there is this knight d3. I don't like it.
White is thinking.
What to do here?
So taking on d7 and queen b3. Maybe save knight f1 for later. I don't know.
So here, here, and here.
Yeah?
Yeah, this makes some sense. Also because if c5 you will have knight c4, no? Attacking on d6 and on b6.
Yeah.
I like this. I like this this solution, yeah.
And what do I play here with black? Do I go back or do I play e5?
I don't like a5.
I don't like a5 either.
because after a3 you have to go back.
Yeah,
You're
and I
not-
gave up some squares. Knight c6.
You're not going to a6. I'm thinking that, you can play something like maybe queen b5. Queen b5, a4.
a4, and queen a5, knight c4.
And I lose a piece. So let's show this. If I play here, white can play a4.
Do you lose the queen as well? No, no.
You have a lot of room all on the queen
Not
side.
that
but-
much. You only have one square on
But
the
now
left.
knight c4 wins a piece.
Yeah.
So it's not so easy for black to keep the pieces. And c5 should be critical probably. But white, I'm liking this knight c4 and...
I don't like c5 very much either.
The only question is if I play a3 first and then d5, like a Benoni here. Knight d4. I missed knight d4. But even d5 immediately could be interesting.
Okay, because my knight is...
Knight on b4.
Yeah, d5. What do you play on d5?
Here.
a5? Is there any option besides a5?
Actually, a5 is not so stupid now because
a4?
and the knight on b4 stays forever.
So on a3 we play a4, right?
Yeah. a5. If you play
A3,
a3, then there is
A4.
a4.
And now what do I do with my queen? I have to go back to d1,
Yeah, and the knight
Knight
it
d3.
move forward. Yeah.
and that looks so
This is
good.
just bad. This
That's
is
just
this is very bad.
Okay.
Okay, let's see something here. I think knight
Knight
c4.
c4, yeah?
Yeah, why not? Attacking this weak b6 square and also the pawn on d6.
And you want to develop bishop
Then
f4
bishop
next?
f4 and
Yeah.
rook ad1 and keep things very simple. No, she's not gonna play c5.
No, I don't think so. Knight c6.
She's going to play knight c6.
And queen b7 doesn't work because of rook f to b8.
Yes, this pawn we don't
It's
take.
always poisoned.
We don't take, yeah. This
So
pawn
now
we
the
don't-
queen is lost.
This pawn we don't take.
No, we don't take that pawn, but we have to show what happens. We're not going to take that. What do we play here?
I don't know.
Knight c4, maybe with the idea of d5 next. What do you think? On knight c4, and knight on c4 is not very
Yeah, I don't like this.
stable. Maybe b5.
Let's see what they play, but thinking worst case scenario, just play knight f1 and knight g3.
Wait, because in the game white played e5. Is that the move that...
e5 here.
Yeah, we have a move here, e5. We weren't considering this. We were considering e5 later. So I guess we have the option of not taking on e5 as well here, yes? Play knight d5.
So many options, I think.
We can take on e5, but okay, maybe the pawn on d6 is not that great.
So if you take on e5
Mm-hmm.
and then white takes here, this doesn't feel.
Knight d5.
And now knight d5, eh?
Yeah.
But then this knight comes to e4.
Take on a4, knight d3. Okay, and rook
Some-
d1.
Something
Yeah.
like knight e4 immediately. So here this only improves black's position probably. So I'm thinking knight e4.
Mm-hmm. Because now if you take on a4 and knight d3, there's rook d1. And I don't think that looks great, does it?
Yeah, there is also bishop g5 somewhere.
Okay, on knight d3, somewhere down the line.
So let's just stay here. I think that black could play knight d5 without opening the position.
That's what I thought, but I'm not sure that the pawn on d6 can be...
Like for example here, no, here, like
Yeah.
this.
Okay.
So
But what if I take
on
yeah.
d7?
on d6?
Okay. And let's.
94?
So here black has many options.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
But let's suppose like this. So one of the things about 94 is that I think black can play b5.
Bishop b3?
Oh,
Hold on
sorry,
a second.
sorry,
Hold
sorry.
on a second.
Sorry. Yeah. What is this? What did I just do here?
No, I don't think you did anything. I think you can still fix it. Bishop b3, bishop e6. Nothing happens, yeah?
What, knight g5? Yeah?
Knight g5, you don't like it, I know. Bishop b3, it's...
No, I'm not gonna play that. This
You're
is
not
just,
going to play that?
No.
Take it back?
Yeah.
Okay, you can take on... Can you take on a4 first on pawn takes d6? You can take on a4 first, of course.
Here?
And now I can take however I want on d6.
Yeah, taking on d6. I don't like taking on d6. Just keep things there.
Okay. We keep things there and... 94
This looks.
with bishop g5, no?
Yeah, this looks like it should be the way. Also, another move that white has here and could be interesting is this one. Bishop b3.
Threatening a3.
Yeah. You keep the bishop and then 94 comes and you have ideas with knight g5.
Mm-hmm. So in the end we don't like this very much. 95. What if we take on a4 first?
Okay,
In
so
this position.
taking on a4.
Queen takes.
Probably.
And now we play 95.
Uh-huh. This looks like a better way.
A better version, yeah?
But here we think maybe 94 still.
Mm-hmm. Right, 4 still, yeah. It's not easy, but...
It's not so clear what is happening. Black can play knight d3 in this position. And white can play rook d1 simply.
Yeah. Bishop g5 was also there.
The problem
was
is
it?
that if you play
B2,
bishop g5, then b2 is hanging. So if you play rook d1, you know, okay, you take this bishop, and then rook ac1. So black has to spend knight c6, knight b4, knight d3, knight c1, and just develop
Yeah, in
black's
theory
pieces.
that's not
So
what you should do.
so here white, well, it's probably a little better. Black has no major weaknesses, but quite an interesting moment.
Yeah, let's see Monica Calceta.
What
Someone
board?
was asking. I don't know, but okay, we have Luminita. There she is. Mm-hmm. She's playing against a Moldavian player.
Okay. So we have English opening, and apparently it's still opening phase. Okay, here. This is all. Most of it has been played a lot of times. I'm thinking here with black having played d6, probably this move looks a little bit better, because now the pawn on e4 it must take here, and after b takes on c3. So because of black has played d6, doesn't have rook e8, which would be the normal move now to protect the pawn on e4. So I'm thinking that here white had a good chance, because it's not so easy to make a move now. Like, you don't want to play bishop f5. I think it's always these ideas with f3, then the open f line. So this was a little bit more aggressive. Okay, so 91, take. Now you have to take like this. Now the idea is that the knight will go on d5. Yes, and this is just the beginning of it. So black can play something like knight to e5, or even bishop. Not sure how black is going to place the pieces, but white wants knight d5 and eventually maybe even f3.
Yeah.
So
very solid positions for both sides.
Yeah, I don't know how much time she used on 91. 7 minutes, so she considered knight g5. She did consider knight g5. I think it would have been really, really good here. Because of this pawn on d6, black should have castled to have rook e8. Now, in this position, bishop c3 and bc3. White has many options, many good options. Rook b1, rook b5 ideas.
Okay. Okay, let's take a look at some other games. Maybe let's check Laura Unuk. There she goes. Oh, she's playing against Andrea, my ex-teammate.
Who is Andrea?
Andrea Kosman.
Kosman.
Yeah.
She was in our team.
She was in our team, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so this is all theoretical. Here bishop d2, rook e8, f3, and black plays c5. 92.
This is theory, yeah?
This is all theory. Play many times. And now this is the big question. I suppose bishop f2 has to be played. I don't know if there is any other clear way to defend this pawn.
Let me just check. I think the camera is stuck though. The camera on the left. But I will double check it. Yeah, that camera is stuck. That camera is not working.
Camera in the place?
Yeah, this one.
Ah,
in the
I see
playing
that.
hall.
Yeah, that's not working.
That's not working. Okay, hope they'll fix it at some point. I will let them know. Let's go back to our game.
So she played bishop f2.
Please.
It's going
go
to be
ahead,
some tough games. Let me see if I can see some other.
Okay.
Let's see Ellen Nielsen.
Yeah, let's see Ellen.
Okay, so Ellen Nielsen, she played like this. Line is okay. This can get messy very quickly. White is a little behind in development here. Not so sure
How to proceed?
yeah.
How about bishop d3 here? Do we want that, or are we losing the pawn? Just lost the pawn.
I would like to take on d5 if that would be possible, and maybe bishop b5 and castle quickly. So if I take on d5 and black takes on d5 back, I would like to play this move.
Yeah.
And you win a tempo and you are ready to castle at least. Question is, c takes
Takes on
d4
d4?
here.
Can you take on e6?
Oh, because I'm taking on f7. So yeah.
But I don't know. Take on e6? Bishop takes?
Yeah, and d4 is not even.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not.
No, that's not good. So what do we play then? We can take on d4. We can play... Oh, knight b5?
Yeah, if
Knight
I-
b5 is an option here, is
it's
it?
an option, but does it work? It takes d5. Ah, okay. So yeah. So knight b5 here.
E takes d5, you're saying, and my knight on e5 is hanging.
Yeah. Well, black should have a lot of options, like also d takes on e3, attacking the bishop on d2.
Yeah, and knight d5.
So what should I play? Maybe I just take on d4.
Maybe just take on d4 and then
Yeah, maybe I just take
have
on d4.
all the other threats. Knight takes d5, you will play bishop b5 still, right?
Maybe, but also there is queen f3 here.
Oh, okay, queen f3 looks nice.
I'm not
Queen
sure.
f3, queen f3 looks good, yeah?
You think? Knight. Oh, queen f3, f6.
No, wait, on f6, bishop c4. Okay, sorry, queen f3, f6 takes on d5. I was thinking ahead. Take on d5,
E d5.
e d5, bishop c4. Well, my knight on e5 is pinned.
Yeah.
That looks very complicated. But it does look like a fun line.
But it looks like white. White could have something in this position. So queen f3, f6. That's a little bit of a problem. However, maybe I'm not seeing it.
So you don't like queen f3? In the end?
No, but
Queen f3
queen
doesn't
f3,
work because of f6?
I don't see how to continue
Have you
after
refuted
f6.
me?
I don't see how to continue after f6.
Take on d5. Pawn takes and bishop c4. You just take on e5.
Yeah,
Bishop d5, bishop e6.
That's not going to
No, that's not working. Bishop c4.
here.
Yeah. If you take with a pawn, I take on a8. Is it horribly...
But this rook doesn't really.
I know, but I'm going to castle and take on b8. No, I'm not going to get
no,
that.
you're not going to
You're
get
not-
that. No. This rook doesn't really matter. No. Let's see, because this
Okay.
is very interesting here. This is very interesting here. There are many options.
I think bishop
There is a bishop b5.
b5, yeah.
There is a bishop b5 here. And then when black plays rook e7, now this is where, if we take on d5, black is forced to take with the pawn, which is already a big improvement for,
Because c8 is hanging.
yeah, if queen d5, we should just grab a piece here.
b5 is also hanging, yes?
Yeah, but you know,
Bishop before.
at this point,
Yeah.
everything.
Should be hanging.
Maybe queen f3 here, eh?
What's wrong with bishop before? You want more? You just want more.
No, bishop before rook e8.
Oh, rook e8. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook e8. I missed that. Yeah, now what do I do with my rook?
No, so black must take with the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And now, yeah, this position is just great because even if I don't have anything forced, you look at this queen side. You cannot really develop the pieces. Of course, we should see if there is anything. But if nothing else,
Castle looks
Castle,
the most
yeah.
natural move.
if nothing else, just castle.
Mm-hmm.
And this knight on b8 is not coming out because
No.
even if you play a6, bishop d3, knight d7, knight c6.
Yeah, knight c6 is there.
So
You'll have to play f6.
Ellen
at
has to
some
play.
point.
Ellen has to play c takes d5 in this position. C takes d4 is not something to worry about. And knight takes d5 is an option. But white can play now probably the same bishop b5 idea. Yeah, definitely. So c takes d5 is going to be interesting.
And black has to take with the e pawn.
And I think so. And play this position. And now rook e7 or rook e6 has to play something like this. Then white can castle. Then we can kick the bishop out. Bishop has to move on d3. And now, okay, whatever black plays, white is going to go like f4, and it's going to be a wild game, I guess. Very interesting game. Let's see if we have any advance.
Who else should we see? If you guys have any requests, which game should we check?
Okay,
We
Daniel,
are reading you.
we should look. Look at the game.
Maybe Mihaela's game we haven't.
Daniel
seen that.
Lantz
Oh, yeah.
looks like
Let's see
she's
this one.
already winning.
She is?
Okay. Here black got this. This position is not great. Lacks a lot of space. So knight b5 is a good move.
Yeah.
Rook c2 interesting. This is
And
the
bishop
this
c1, very
is-
nice.
This is the idea. And rook e1. Was there a better move here? This looks extremely shaky here. Okay, rook e1 and just put pressure on the e file. So bishop f3 and rook e2 is coming.
I like how she regroups, yeah?
I hear everything.
Very nice.
Here white has everything you can ask for. Yeah, this is not going well for black.
Okay, we have a few requests. Board 27. Who's playing on board 27? Oh, we
Alright.
have Marina Brunello and Ana Maya Casarian. French. Okay, bishop b.
Okay, so this is all very theoretical, I think. Very old line. It's like really old line, like one of the first lines I learned in this variation. And here we are, and what is happening?
What is happening here? Where do I have to go? Queen b6? Knight c4 on queen b6, right? Is that it?
Yeah.
Queen g.
I'm thinking you could play. Is there anything wrong with Queen A5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
No, I
maybe
don't think so.
maybe check on H5 is annoying. So if I play
Queen g4 is also there.
Queen G4, but Queen G4 I'm worried about H3. Like
Queen g4. Uh-huh.
like if I play Queen g4 here, I think
Oh,
white
okay.
white
And
will,
you just
white can play like this.
want me to take on g2. So you play rook g1 and.
Yeah, to do something, no?
Mhm.
So black's idea is that black wants to castle and play rook d8 very quickly, or play knight a6 and play rook a to d8. So black, in order to do this, probably I should play queen a5.
Yep.
Not so sure, but what are my options here?
Queen a5. Do I castle?
Yes. And now I wanted to castle, but then this
Mhm.
knight comes to c4 with the tempo.
I will play queen c7. And I'm a little behind in development.
Too much, I think.
Just a little.
too much for my liking.
Too much. I don't know how I develop my knight
Yeah,
from
the knight
b8.
on b8. And
I mean, I go to a6, but
and
where do I
nothing,
go
yeah,
from there?
Yeah. Like white can play queen f5 and try to play bishop f4.
Okay, I like to have the c7 square for my knight, because knight a6 and knight c7 could be
So definitely not
a
not
way
queen
for
a5.
the knight out.
Not queen a5. We should.
Queen b5, so that you don't play knight c4
Oh yeah,
with
yeah.
tempo.
Okay, I totally missed this move. Queen b5 looks good.
So you don't castle.
Yeah, that's the main point.
Knight c4 and you will castle?
Knight c4.
Knight a6?
Now knight a6.
Okay. And now I get my knight c7.
And rook a d. Rook
No,
a d.
we got mated on d7.
Oh what?
Oh wait. We don't get mated. Hold on, queen d7.
No. I'm not allowing queen d7.
You're not allowing queen d7.
No matter
yeah.
what. No. Alright, so now I can castle. And if white castles, I can play rook d8. Which is the whole point. Black needs to play rook d8.
Am I losing something here? Because my knight on c4 looks shaky now. Queen e4 is my only
f5.
move, and f5. And I still have queen f4, and after one more threat I lost the knight, yeah?
Yeah, f5 is clever, I think. Maybe. If you
Queen
play queen
f4?
f4, I think knight d4, yeah?
Mm.
But this let's slow down.
You could have gone-
we're going too fast.
You could have gone knight d4 here as well, couldn't you?
Let's slow down here a little bit.
Ah, okay, the camera is fixed. Great, thank you.
Knight d4 immediately. I don't know, it's really a mess. But black is getting his her pieces out, and knight b to c6 coming next. Maybe even better. I don't know, I think white is doing white must know what she's doing, but I think
So the
black
game
fine.
is queen b5 was played, yeah? Queen b5 was played. That's the game.
Uh-huh.
That's the game now. So we said on queen b5 we were trying knight c4, but we weren't very happy with it.
Probably I don't really like it.
But what do I have to play then? Because if I don't play knight c4, I don't castle. Can I try to castle long with knight e4 and... Don't look at me like that. So that probably means I shouldn't castle long. I don't even have time to castle long, but... Okay, but knight e4 is not stupid, because then c5
knight
is...
e4 is not bad actually, because also your knight may be returning to c3 and then again at some point going to d5 where
Yeah, of course, that's what I meant.
yeah yeah, knight e4 is probably a good move here. She will play it for sure. Okay, let's have a look at another game.
Okay, wait, we had some more requests here. Hold on, I lost them. We had board 7, I think.
Board
Hold
7.
on a second. Board 7 and board 47. Everything was 7. 27, 7, and 47.
Okay, let's start with 47, which looks like a lot of things happen. Let's see. Okay, so this line in the Spanish I don't know very well, but you know, no one plays like this. It's Queen H5. Bishop E6. So Rook E1, very natural, threatening to win a piece. Knight F4. And now there are checks.
Rook E6. Wait, is Rook E6 working?
No, because your queen is.
But that's a check. Rook E6 is a check. You cannot take my queen. You have Queen E7 in the end. So Rook E6, Knight takes, Bishop takes. You have Queen E7 or G6, and then I lose my bishop there. No, G6, I still have Queen E5. But if you play Queen E7, there's a mate on E1. I have Bishop C4. But still Queen E1.
So you play here. So I was thinking that, yeah, if you play Queen B5, Black can play C6, and if you play Bishop C4,
still Queen E1.
And then you have to play Bishop F1 and then Queen C1. Funny position.
But I don't think I get anything out of it.
No.
Okay, so maybe Rook E6 is...
No, but here
you don't have to give
Queen
it up,
B5,
no?
yours wins a lot of pawns. C6, and she took B7 because Black has no threat.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks good, yeah. 95.
So it's clear pawn up. Okay, so this kind of move, Bishop takes D5. I don't really understand so much, but okay. Like I could play Knight D2 already, no? I think Knight D2, Knight F3, and Knight G5, and
yeah, I thought that Bishop F4 must be the idea, no? Was can you slow down a moment?
Sure.
Was Queen B8 working? No, because of Queen D8, yeah? On Queen B8.
Queen B8.
Queen D8 is the only, not the only move, but
no, I would say that at this
King
point,
D7
Black
probably
doesn't.
just
At this point, Black doesn't care anymore, no? And
Queen D7 fully developed.
King D7 maybe.
Yeah.
Actually, if King D7, you can play Bishop F4.
Yeah. So that's not. I have to play Queen D8 then.
So you must play Queen D8. And
Then
she
I
could have
have
played.
no anything.
Yeah,
I
but
don't have anything.
to me that's a. To me, White is getting very little of an amazing advantage after. I don't know about Bishop takes D5. I don't see much of a threat. Maybe I'm
Was there anything maybe
more
earlier?
blind than I think I am, but maybe here, just get the pieces out. I put the knight on F3 and I'm going to wherever. Knight F3, I'm threatening to take on D4 or play knight G5.
But maybe Black will develop.
But yeah,
She'll develop her
Bishop
pieces.
D6,
Bishop
let's
D6.
say.
No,
Oh.
Bishop D6. Okay. You're nice. Bishop D6. You're giving me up D5, so you can take on H2.
Yeah, so you know.
So I fall into that. No, pawn takes, queen takes,
But-
and bishop H2.
Yeah, some people might take these pawns and then the other people might win.
Very tricky. Very, very tricky.
No, so yeah, okay. So I'm just bringing the bishop out, but I think
And you're
White-
playing knight F3.
knight F3, yeah,
And now D4 is hanging.
and knight
And how
G5
do I develop?
is-
How do I?
it's
How do I
also-
defend that?
No, it's also down material. I think Black
Yeah.
is lost. But okay, bishop takes D5 and then bishop F4 and knight
This
D2.
is also good, yeah.
And this is also good, of course. White should win anyhow.
We had board 7,
Seven.
and yeah, we should look at Mihaela's game as well. And there's another board 54.
Okay, so board 7. So we have a Grunfeld with the reverse colors, which should work out very well for white.
Mm-hmm.
Because e4 is a move that you don't want to play. Leaving this pawn on d5 backward and difficult to defend. Okay, but I don't like all these exchanges. I don't understand what is going on here. I don't understand what happened. So, takes. Like here white looks fine, totally fine. Queen a4 makes sense. Queen d7. How can white play this a little bit more aggressive? I was thinking rook ac1 may be an idea. Try to bring some pressure on d5. Maybe rook ac1 is an idea here. It's probably nothing. And the other option was rook fd1. Am I hanging anything? No, no? Did I just lose? No.
No, I don't think so.
But yeah, queen a4. If you take on f6, then yeah, nothing happens. I think white should be a little bit better. Rook fd1, rook ac1. But I don't like the exchanges because I feel like this bishop could be on e3 very nicely, attacking on the queen side also. So she took on d7, then knight d7, and now she's playing descending, where I think black is totally fine. Maybe I even prefer black's position.
Mm-hmm.
Because this bishop on g2?
Yeah.
I think black is doing totally fine.
Okay, the bishop open now, but still not.
Yeah, but
Yeah, rook c7.
not much of a weakness on d5.
No.
And the king is very active piece in the endgame, and it's already on e7. Can get to d6 and e5 if, or c5 if the rooks are exchanged. You know.
Can she play? On f4 you can just play rook c8, yeah?
Yeah. If rooks are exchanged, black's king is much better. It could go to the queen side very quickly. It looks probably even. White should play something like knight e2, I think, and put the knight on d4 and bring the king on
the
f2.
king, yeah.
So knight e2 is good for many reasons. Most importantly, after something like rook c8, we can take on c7 and
knight d4.
And it's important that the rook never makes it on c2.
And you keep the pawn on f3 to kill the knight.
Yeah,
no?
king f2, actually I like this. This could be playable for white. So a plan would be like, we play king f2, maybe we try g4 and h4 and gain a little space. But everything is very, very balanced so far.
Yeah.
Somehow it felt like white had an initiative somewhere around here. But all these exchanges, I don't think they are very good. What other board should we see?
Board 54 and Mihaila's game. So I think Mihaila is first, probably. Wait. Okay. Yeah.
54?
54, yeah. Someone was asking board 54. So what is happening here? In Italian.
Okay, so far everything is very normal and... Okay, so here you cannot really take this pawn, because if you take on e5, I think here,
Queen
and here, yeah?
or bishop f2. that way or bishop f2 first?
No,
I think bishop f2.
Bishop f2 probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bishop f2.
So now you cannot take because of queen f6.
Yeah, that's what I meant before.
Otherwise there was rook e2.
At least, but also rook
Rook
d5.
d5. Yeah, I was looking at that now, but I wasn't sure about that. I wasn't sure because queen f2.
Oh, because rook e8 and I'm gonna get mated, no? Like.
Wait, what? How? Ah, queen f2, king h1. Okay, and now take on rook e8. Uh-huh. Got it. So there's rook e1 and there's rook e2.
Yeah, definitely.
Coming.
This looks awful, yeah. No, so take on e5, just bishop f2 immediately. Oh, this looks good.
Black is fine, no?
I think it's equal, yeah.
Equal, yeah, for sure.
Not much going on. Black is going to suffer here to win. If she's the favorite, she should try to win. Here it's not so easy.
No. It's very balanced.
And I think this easy position for white to play. Let's see if there are any mistakes
White
made.
will probably take on e8 and rook e1.
Yeah, that's the idea. But she doesn't have to.
No, she doesn't have to, but... Okay, Mihaela must be a little lower. There's Andrea. Okay, we see Luminita and... Okay, so there's a draw already made. There she goes. Okay, so she's playing another Romanian. Mihaela started by playing the Romanian Championship this round.
Okay, so we have King's Indian.
Yeah.
Rather unusual variation. White castle, cd4.
Nice e5. And we have a Maroxy.
Yeah, it's a Maroxy, but it's
With
not
bishop
not a very good Maroxy because black hasn't managed to trade any pieces. This is the main problem.
Ah, right, yeah, because the knight
It's the
there's a
same
knight on f6. Instead of having a knight on c6, you have a knight on f6 in this position.
Yeah. There are no pieces to raise, so white should be much better. Tough game. I have to say this rating difference is going to be very difficult games to win because the positions are, winning with black is always difficult.
Yeah, and in the Maroxy even more difficult.
And here white's play is very easy. You're gonna play rook fc1. You're gonna try to play b4. Of course, there will always be some mistakes probably, but so far I don't think she's too happy with the position. But white is using a lot of time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Maybe
see.
she play rook c8 now? What will black play here?
I think rook fca makes a lot of sense. But if white plays rook c1,
What do you do next?
then you need to think again. Probably queen d8, I don't know. So should we take a break a little bit?
Sure, yeah, we will be right back and let's see what happens in the meantime. So we will be back in about 10-15 minutes.
Sure.
And thank you. See you in a moment. Hello, and I'm back all by myself this time. Renier might join me later, but it will be just me for now. So what's happening here? We have some... I had my highlight game open here, and I see there are some developments. White played b4. I think b4 is part of the plan, but as we were saying, maybe make some more useful moves, because after b4 black will just also have something to do, right? So we were looking at rook c1, and what can black play here? Maybe queen b4 is an idea, which works now, by the way, because, okay, let me show you here. If the point is that if black plays queen b4 here, in general there's a knight d5 idea, but it might not work in our position because of the knight on f6. How is this? Knight d5, black has knight takes d5, which many times in the Maroczy doesn't work. So my trick, the trick that I wanted to show you, does not really work here. Knight d5 is not doing anything. I'm not winning. Actually, I'm losing a piece after knight d5. I might be losing material here. Yeah, this doesn't work. Doesn't work. Queen b4 could have been played. Rook c8 is just another useful move. Rook c1. Yeah, and maybe now queen b4. No? But still, what will we play? Bishop f1 might be another useful move here for white. And what do we do here with black? I think keeping the tension for a little longer might have been good for white. I'm not sure what black can do now. I would like to trade that knight on d4, but how can I do that? Knight e6? Maybe play knight e6 right away, because taking on e6 is not something that I will be worried about. And then I might play knight d7 and knight c5 and just regroup. Knight e6, no? How is this? Still very complicated. Knight e6, pawn takes. I was thinking, and my pawn on e6 is not... It's not a bad pawn. It's controlling the center. I don't think white can attack it. But in the game, white played b4, so let's see what happened there. b4, pawn takes, and here she takes with the knight. Okay, I was not expecting this. I think pawn takes was the natural recapture here. And the threat is b4 now, because after b4 the knight has to go, and there will probably be a discovered attack. So we can go queen d8, like we were thinking before. Queen d8, and on b4 there will be knight a4. No, something like this. Queen d8. I don't know if I want to play b4 right away with white. Maybe I can play rook d1 first. Rook d1 I like here, no? Just make some moves. Board 15 we have a result. Okay, let's see what happened on board 15. I thought I saw someone leaving the boards on the video. Okay, white won. We were saying that this was a great position, and we left it here after h5, and we were seeing ideas with bishop f3, rook e2. How did this happen? Rook e1, rook f7. Yeah, and she played bishop d3. Similar ideas, because now g6 is weak, and is she already losing a pawn here? Takes, takes. Knight c5, queen takes g6. Was there any other option? There's bishop f5. to defend the knight, but I don't think that helps. Rook takes e4 will still happen, no? Rook takes e4 I like in this position. And the other thing that I can do is to take on f5 and take on f4. There are so many good options for white here. This is also very good. Take on f4. And the other way should be this one, no? Rook e4. Everything will be hanging. Knight c5 takes here. Rook f6. Queen g5. Why doesn't she take on h5? Any particular reason? Probably not. Okay, she was planning this knight e6. Probably. Yeah. So she keeps the queen on the g file. And here black resigned. Because takes. Looks very bad for black. Queen f8, no? What do I do here? If I take on e6, d takes e6. Oof, that pawn on e6 will be very annoying. And queen f8 does not look good either. I can play queen h5. I can eventually bring my knight to d4 and to e6. Knight d4 also. Yeah, I think this was a very nice game. And board 22. Yeah, let's see what's finished. And I see that here we have. Okay, we left it here. This is the first board, 94, and we were wondering how will white play here, and she took on e4. We were seeing this line, knight e5, and here we looked at knight takes e5. Pawn takes e5, and here bishop b4 was the position that we were looking at. But black played f6, which also makes sense. Knight takes d7, bishop takes, bishop f4, and now she goes h5. And long castle. Queen c2 and e5. Do we have anything better here? I would like to play g5, but e4 is hanging. So what can we do here? Bishop b4 is an option. The same option that we were seeing before in the opening. Bishop b4, and on queen e4 we can take on c3. And e5, d takes e5. Okay, and her idea was to play bishop f5. Play for development. Takes here, sacrifice this pawn, but maybe get some counterplay. Short castle and bishop d6. Not rook g8 because of rook d1. On rook g8. What's happening on rook g8? Yeah, I guess just rook d1. Rook fd1. So bishop h3 does not happen. And I cannot really get my attack now. Can I? No, it feels like black doesn't really have time to bring all the pieces. No? Bishop d6. What will white play? Take on d6 and take on e4. Is that an option? No, because of... Yeah, that is an option because the rook on d6 is hanging. But there is rook e6. How is that? Takes on d6. Takes here and knight e4. I was wondering. So on queen e5 the rook is hanging with check. That's not going to happen. What about rook e6 then? What about rook e6 here? Aha. I can just play queen c3. Is that it? I will play queen c3 and it's just a pawn, 2 pawns up. We already had a pawn up. We already had an extra pawn. Wait, but here is in black getting one back. Queen c3, knight takes, bishop d3. Rook d1, bishop c4, rook d4, no? Yeah, it's just one extra pawn, but a very good position. Rook a d1, knight e4. Okay. We have another result on board 22. What happened here? We had a French defense, exchange variation, bishop d6, and c4. Okay, this is all theory. Castle, castle, and now h6 to not allow bishop g5, h3, and knight c6. Bishop a2 and queen d7. Okay, a6 here to not allow ideas with knight b5, no, and kick that bishop out of d6. So black plays a6, bishop a2, queen d7. And I think this looks good for black, no? It's just a normal position. Rook e1 and rook e8. Okay, rook e8 I don't like very much. I think trades here are good for black. And white should keep some pieces. What about bishop e3 here? Is there a threat? Is there a threat that I should be scared about? Like bishop h3? I don't think so. I don't think that works. I think bishop e3 can be played, no? On bishop h3, I will take queen takes h3. How is that? Is that very dangerous, or are we fine with white? Because of course bishop h3 is the big question. Bishop h3, it doesn't look like there's any threat, but it's very uncomfortable. So knight g4 is probably coming next. And knight g4 and bishop h2. Maybe this is what white didn't like here. What are we going to play here with white? Because I cannot really bring pieces to the king's side, no? What do I do here? I would like to kick that queen out, but how? Cannot really move my queen away because the f3 knight is hanging. And queen e2, for example, knight g4. Knight e2, no, I lose the knight. Knight d5. Knight g4. Can I play knight d5 here? Bishop c4, bishop f1 maybe. Bishop c4, bishop f1 maybe. Yeah. So now knight g4, bishop f1. There is nothing because bishop h2, you just play king h1. And it's all defended. It's all well defended. I'd love to take on e3 and mate on f2 now. So do I play queen h5? Just keep the threats. Now I do want to take on e3. Rook takes e3 is my next move. I want to take here and knight f2. So options. I can move my king away, king g2, which I think is the most sensible thing to do. Why would I stay there? King g2 and rook e6 with the idea of rook g6. It does look very dangerous. I wouldn't like to play white here. I like rook e6 here. Don't know if it works. How is rook e6? With the idea of rook g6. Maybe bishop d3 now. Very complicated position indeed. So I thought there was not much at first sight, but it's not easy to play. My pieces are probably a little far away. So she takes on e8 here. Rook takes. And now bishop h3 is still a threat, and I don't have my rook on e1. I think this trade is only helping black, right? Bishop e3. And bishop h3 seems much stronger now. So what should have white played here? Instead of bishop e3, how do we stop bishop h3? Queen f1. Queen f1, yeah. But still I don't like white's position here. Queen f1 seems to be stopping bishop h3 at least. And knight e4, and my pawn on d4 is hanging all the time in some lines. This is a tough position for white already. Okay, so what was the move here on rook e8? If bishop e3, bishop h3 looks bad. I mean, there's a lot of pressure. Rook e8, it's not easy. What else do we have here with white? Seems like something didn't go well here. Rook e8, bishop e3, and bishop takes h3s. Yeah. Okay, and she did play this idea with bishop c4 that we were looking at, but it doesn't work now, does it? Queen h5, exactly the line that we were seeing before. And now queen d2, because rook e3 was a threat. And on king g2, oh, on king g2, rook e3 anyway. Yeah, that's unfortunate now, rook e3. So the point is that if pawn takes, knight takes e3 is a double attack. The rook on e1 was very useful previously. Yeah, the white bishop on a2 is not participating. She did try to bring it. No, bishop c4, bishop f1, but it's too late. And queen d2. Now something. Yeah, bishop f4. Here. And she played knight e3. Takes and rook e3. Very nice. Very nice for black. Queen g2. Definitely not pleasant for white here. Yeah, and she resigned here because there must be... Okay, if it's not a checkmate, white will probably lose her queen. On king h1, I'm thinking queen h3. King g1. And rook f3 was my idea. I didn't want my queen on g4 to be hanging That's why not rook f3 directly, but probably that also worked. That's why I gave a check first, and if king f1, the same, no? Queen h3, king moves and takes on f3. Yeah. Very convincing. What else do we have? Do we have any other result? We have a draw here. We have a draw here. Why? So what was this? Okay. Okay, 94. Bishop e6 here. And bishop c4. She plays a5. And rook a4. Takes, rook c8. Knight f3, just bring the knight home. Since he's not doing much there, and knight d2. She wants to go to c4. Rook d1, knight c4, look at d6, look at b6. Probably knight c5, rook c4. a5 cannot be taken because of b4, I guess. There's a fork here with b4. So this shouldn't work for black. b4 is still the threat, so queen d7. And now she takes on c5. To leave black with a bad bishop, but maybe we don't have to take so soon. What if rook d1 first? What if I improve my pieces first? Knight e6. This knight can go to e6 maybe, but I don't think that's bothering me very much. I will take on c8 and knight c4. Oh, is it a mistake? Oh, let me see. Are they still playing? Rook d8, knight c4. This also looks good for white, no? Because rook d1 is coming. Knight b6, queen c6. And it says draw grid. I don't know if we can see this game on the video. I don't think. I cannot really tell which game this is. But we'll see if there are if there are moves being played here. But what would we play? What would I play here with white? So black will play rook d4 next, right? I would like to play rook d1, but I'm not sure about rook d1. Because rook takes d1 and rook d8. Hmm? Okay, one move that we could try here is f3 to have e4 defended, and now my rook on a4 is slightly misplaced. What do I do with my rook on a4? That's why I don't like taking on c5, because I think d4 can now be useful for black. And knight d5? Can I play knight d5 first? Before the rook gets to d4. It looks awkward, but... Can I play knight d5 here? Oops. I have to take with the pawn on d5. If knight takes... Oh, I'm losing a pawn, yes? I am losing this pawn. And this was not the plan. Definitely not the plan. Knight takes d5, queen takes a4. I can take on e5. And a5 will be hanging as well at some point. I don't like this for white very much. Okay, my bishop is hanging. Where do I go? If I go to f8, then white can defend with queen c3, yeah? Defend everything here. Okay, I still have rook e2 here. But I can also go to d8 and then I'm attacking a5. I don't want to go to f6 because white will just take it, so this is my only option here. And now I will take on a5. We will take this pawn on a5. And queen c3, bishop a5. Aha, and there's queen c5. No, but on queen c3 I will take with the queen on a5. Queen c3, queen a5. And I'm defending c5 as well. Do I have any other move to defend here? I don't think so, no? Queen d6, queen a5. Queen d7. No, but I don't think that works. No, queen d6, queen a5. So I want to take with the queen to defend c5, but maybe I'm just rushing into taking that one. I can also take on c2. Because on queen a5, I was looking at queen d7. Double attack here. And rook e2. Oh, I have queen b5. I do have queen b5 here. Okay, so I will keep my pawn. It's a double pawn, but it's a pawn. And I have the e file. And I can also take on c2, yes? Which might be better, because on queen d7... Oh wait, what do I do on queen d7? I will play... What do I do on queen d7? Something about a knight on d5 as well. So queen e4, queen e2 are options. Yeah, just queen e2, no? Queen e2, queen b7 and bishop a5. That's simple, no? I don't have to complicate. Bishop a5, I'm not missing anything here, no? No, I don't think so. I think this is fine. Okay. So knight d5 didn't work, bottom line. On queen c6, f3, rook d4, I didn't like. Yeah, I'll look at board 32 now. So how is this position? Not so great maybe for white then, no? I don't see how we can improve here. So maybe it was a draw because there are no more moves played and it doesn't look easy to play. Okay, let's see board 32. What is happening? Okay, we have Andrea with the black pieces. What is happening here? She's an attacking player. She's a very aggressive player. So what happened here? Okay, we have a symmetrical English. Knight c3. Everything symmetrical. This e6 and f4. Yeah. And now bishop e6. King h2 must defend f h3, and now she takes on f4. It is possible. Taking on f4. Knight takes. And knight d4. Play bishop e3. And she's preparing for b5. b5, f5 are the two ruptures. Rook b8, so that b7 is never hanging. b5 is still there. Now she plays knight c6. Knight d5. Why didn't get much out of this, no? I think, okay, knight f4 here is logical, but what if... Yeah, the point is that if g takes f4, black wants to play f5. And she's also doing well here. No attack. So knight f4. When did this go wrong here? Bishop e3, knight 4. Yeah. Andrea got a very good position here. So b4. Could we still go b5 here since she has everything prepared? We probably can go b5. She probably didn't like ideas with knight f6. That's probably what she didn't like. Knight f6. Okay, we have to take. Rook takes. And this is one bishop that you normally don't want to give up. But maybe... No, I think we don't have to do that. So she plays f5, probably for this reason. Now b4. And she takes. Yeah. Knight takes b4. And knight c6. We have to come back. Knight a5. And rook a3. Because my knight on c3 is hanging, so I don't have any other move here. And she still gives up the bishop. So maybe playing b5 wasn't so bad after all, if this has to be played. But does this have to be played? What is the idea? Let's see, maybe there's something tactical, because the rook on c3 is hanging sometimes. So she takes here and takes on... Bishop b6. There must be something tactical here. So if I take on e4, h3 is hanging, that's correct. There are some tactics here. And if I take with my pawn, then c4 is hanging. This is what she saw here. Okay, so bishop b6. She wants this knight to go away so she can take on e4. Knight c6, and now she takes on e4 and knight e5. This is a nice position. The bishops are not very strong here. This bishop on g2 is not doing much. Queen d4, defending. Knight c6. And queen g7. This all makes sense. To go for the dark squares, knight e5. Attacking the pawn again. So now, for example, no. Okay, she plays bishop d4 and unpins. Queen d7, a4 is now hanging. Take here. And queen b6. If queen takes a4, there's queen e6. No, comes with check, which you just lost a piece. You're not going to do that. So queen c6. Queen a5. I was wondering if queen takes c6, but maybe that's... She must have thought that it's very equal. So now c5. Because c5 is happening if I don't play it. And maybe I can play rook b2 and on bishop c4. I really want to move to play rook b2, but bishop takes c4 and rook c2 is dry. No, rook bishop b3. So if rook b2, if bishop takes c4, do I have anything better than rook c2 here? I don't think so. And I think here bishop b3. The thing is that I'm not so sure that I can even take on c6, rook f2. Black gets a lot of counterplay as well. So for example, if bishop d3, rook takes c6, rook f2, no? Bishop takes e4 is a threat and rook takes g2 is a threat. So if rook king g1, rook takes g2. That doesn't work. That's why I'm saying that the rook might not even be able to leave the second rank. Okay, so let's go back to the game. Here she played queen a5, hitting on e5, takes on c4, queen e5, takes here. Rook b2 and queen d7. Go here. She has a very nice position now. Rook d2 and queen e6. Bishop f1. I like this bishop here. Okay, because she wants to attack e4, but I think that the bishop on g2 was not doing much. Couldn't I have gone something like queen b6? I had the white has rook d6. I want to push a5, but it's not going to be that easy. Is it going to be? It's going to be very difficult, probably. White is threatening rook d6. Okay. So white wants rook d6. And I want a5. What if I go rook a8? Then e5 ideas are there, but might be not so dangerous though. Can also play queen e5. Just put my queen on a dark square. The bishop will be locked. And maybe then I can go rook a8. Oh, and I can also go queen a1 and a5. Okay, queen e5. What will white do? Rook d7, no? But rook d7... I was going to say it allows some rook f2, but have to double check. Am I getting mated if I play rook f2? Rook d8, king g7. I don't think I'm getting mated on rook d7. The rook is not doing anything on d7 anyway. It's pretty, but that's it. Rook f2, there's a check, and king g7. That's all. So rook d7 is not a threat. I like queen e5 here. Just let's see what white does. Huh? Lower left is camera is stuck. I think that camera has a problem because it's been stuck before. It's not a picture. It probably gets tired from time to time. Okay, so but let's see the game because How much time do they have here? 26, 24. So queen a2. Okay, this is what I wanted to get. So she got it here. Queen a2. Rook d2. And queen f7. Okay, this looks very good now. Possible upset on move on board 54. Let's see who's playing on board 54. Let's go there. Okay, you mean upset by making a draw. This is very equal. But anything can happen. How can I press here with black? Rook d2, rook e2. So I'm thinking that here with black I might be able to activate my king. She's definitely not going to make a draw, I think. I think she will keep playing and she will try to get something out of this, even if it's difficult. Because, okay, I have some ideas with a4, a3 to create some weaknesses, at least here with black. It might be a draw, but it's not so easy. I cannot play a4 now, but if I play rook d2 and you go rook e2, okay, if I give a check, white goes to e4. I will go here to d1 and then rook e4. I wanted to play a4 and a3 next. I have to be careful because on a4, a3 I don't want to lose this either. a4, a3 and then rook e4, maybe I will lose the pawn on a4. So let's say rook e4. How do I make progress? If rook b1, okay, then I will get a4. Rook b1, rook e2, a4, rook e4. Take on b2, take on a4. At least now I have the pawn on c3. So here, a4, but a3 always. So on a4, a3 is something that's slightly annoying. Because now rook e4, she will take on a4. I have this great plan of getting my king to b3, but it's not going to happen, is it? How else can we provoke something here? Okay, good news is that our rook is very active. And white will have to wait. Rook d2 and rook e2. So rook e4, maybe I go f5 here. Maybe I go f5 here, no? Yeah, there is additional time after move 40. There's increment, which means that they get 30 seconds after each move, and they have 30 more minutes after move 40. Yeah, so this is not going to end now for sure. But she did repeat twice, no? Rook e4, rook d2, rook e2, rook d5, and rook e4. If she plays rook d2, then white can claim a draw, so she will probably play something else now. She's probably just gaining some time here. So we could start with f5, but on f5 the rook can go to... Can the rook go to c4 though? On rook c4 I can play c6. And then I can bring my king in. Okay, let's try f5 here. Okay, they made a draw. You were right. You guys were right. This did end in a draw. Yeah, it's an equal endgame. It's very difficult to create something here. Maybe that a4, a3 was the only thing that I can see here for black to try, but even there it's not easy, no? Even if we get that. What else is happening here? Do we have any other results? We have a result here on board 57. White won. Let's briefly look at this game. Okay, e6. Takes here, and now she plays queen c1. Bishop e7 there, and knight f6. Castle and queen c7 to play b6, no? And bishop b7. Okay, I guess that if knight g4, we will just move the bishop away here with white. And the knight will have to come back as well. So here, knight c3, she plays a6. And bishop d7. Not a lot of space here, no? Rook d1. So what happens on b6 here? What happens probably is that something on c6. But is there anything? What happens? Knight e5 I take, so bishop f4 maybe? Bishop f4 and knight e5. Probably. I don't have e5 because of knight takes e5. And the rook on a8 is hanging. Yeah. I don't want to move my queen away because the knight on c6 will be hanging. So bishop d6, yeah, I agree, this does not look good. We have to develop the bishop on d7 then. Too many things hanging here. So bishop d7, okay? Why don't we play e5 now? e5 is the move that I wanted to play. We give up the square d5, but we also gain something, no? Bishop e6. This is what white wants to provoke for sure. So now where does the bishop go? On bishop e3 we have knight g4. Bishop d2 maybe? And bishop e6 I wanted to play. Would I say that's a disappointing result with such a big difference in rating? Well, I'm pretty sure that black wasn't happy with the result, but sometimes it's just what it is. You cannot push for more. It's the first round. The first round is always difficult. And I'm pretty sure that everybody wants to win. Whoever's a favorite always wants to win, right? I'm sure she's not happy with the result, but she'll probably bounce back. Okay, so queen a5, and now she plays a3. And rook b1 with the idea of b4. No, not bishop d6 here. I think bishop d6 is not what we want. White wants b4. So when I'm going to take, Pawn takes, knight takes. Does before even work though? Because I can take with the knight and take on c2. So what if I play rook c8? Develop my last piece. b4. Does this work? I want to take. Knight takes. I'm hitting on c2. What can white play? Take on a5? I will take on c2. My knight seems to be coming out. Yeah, let's take a look at board 7. Aha, this is where we left it. And we were looking at... Yeah, we were talking about this position. No, not this position. This, after queen d7. And Renier was mentioning that here maybe rook c1 or rook d1. Because the trades... After the trades, black got a nice position, no? At least, very comfortable position. Rook d1. And rook b8. We had seen so far rook c8, f3. We were talking about this bishop on g2. She played knight. Okay, we were looking at knight e2 with the idea of knight d4 and king f2. And then she took on c1. We looked at rook c8 here, which is similar, but the rook on d1 looks a little more passive. Let's see what happened here. Rook c1, rook takes. And she went for the trades. King f2. I think Renier was saying that here, no? He was mentioning that this endgame was not so comfortable. We don't want to trade rooks. And king f2. How is this now? How is the race? In theory, that pawn is a little weak, but in practice we're not really getting there. Knight d4 and king b4. This king is getting in. Let's improve on this line. So king f2. Is there anything better? Okay, king d6 is coming. I have an idea. How about knight d4 now? Because on king d6 I have knight b5. Yeah, I do have knight b5. So at least now the king is not activating. I like knight d4 here. Maybe bishop. Okay, I'm threatening also knight c6. So maybe bishop d7. Now I play here, there. I would like to play king e3, but still king c5. But it's okay, I can play a3. a3 here. I think this is nice for white, because we might be able to advance the queen side pawns. So something like bishop f1 and b4, something like that. I don't want to let the king in on c4. Black can stop me with a5, of course. But what happened in the game? Let's see the game. So here king f2. Here king e3. Takes. We got a similar endgame, but the knight on c1. And knight g8 with knight e7 idea. Very nice way of bringing the knight into play. g4. Why g4 here? What's happening? What is happening here? Why not b4? I don't like g4 very much. I think these pawns are fine the way they are, and we can bring the bishop into play with bishop f1. And if b4, no, I might play e4 at some point, and the king goes here. No, the king does not go to d4 because of knight e7, so that's why she played g4, but anyway, knight e2, so we can get to d4, g4 and knight e7 anyway, yeah, because h5 will be played. Yeah, g5 and f5. This is nice. Yeah, because if she plays f5, then white plays g5, so she doesn't want this. No, then the bishop on e6 and the knight on e7 are a little bit stuck. She wants g5 and then f5. Takes. Knight e2 and knight c6. This looks equal now. Equal, but black has some pressure. I don't really see how white is making progress. I think we have to play a3 now with white because knight b4 is the threat. Knight b4 wins the pawn on a2. So white has to do something about that. Either king c3 or a3. I think a3. And then knight e5, right? And then king e3. And king c5, knight d4. Will probably be a draw. If king c5, knight d4, knight e6 is a threat. The pawn is not advancing, but I don't think white can make much progress either. Do we have any moves here? Knight c6. No moves, no? No. What else is there? Board 1. What is happening here? We left it at this position, rook d1. And she played rook e6. Ah, okay, here I was looking at knight takes e4. Yeah, I remember. So rook d1. Knight d5, because if pawn takes, then pawn takes, so the rook is hanging, and there's a check. So knight d5, and now the b4 is the idea. This looks very good for white. Yeah. It does look very good for white. Bishop g4, rook a7. She was probably trying to create counterplay here because king ba can be played, but she was looking for something, for some activity, is my guess. Rook b1 and bishop d1. c5. Yeah. Oh, and you cannot take on b3 either. No? Because whenever you take on b3, h5 will be hanging. But it's white's move, so I have to... White has to make a move here. Which is f3. I was thinking about that move, this move, yeah. Pawn takes, pawn takes. Can we create anything else? Maybe with bishop c2? We have some results. Andrea made a draw. Let's see her game. Have another result here on board 21. Ah, this was oh, we were looking at this game and we saw queen b5, which we thought was a very good move here. This line we analyzed, castle, and here what we looked at was castle, but we said that castle was not such a great idea because of rook d8. And now the knight on c4 is hanging in some lines. Knight d4 here, for example. This looks very good for black. So white played knight d6 here. Could not castle. Wait, is there anything better we can do here? If takes rook d8. Yeah, that's probably not much. So she goes here, knight f5. Get out of there. Queen e4. Was there any immediate threat here? She plays king h8. It's just a useful move, I guess, no? Because I don't like having my king on h8. Was there any particular threat? Not sure. Still problems with the knight on b8. We were seeing this. That's why we didn't like the queen on a6 in one of the lines before. And this is why I still don't like the queen on a6. So here is the moment. We have to put the queen someplace else. Because we need to play knight a6 at some point and knight c7. I believe that's where the knight is going. But b6 was not a great square for the queen either. And b7 was hanging. Okay. Queen e4. Okay, yeah. This is the point. Because now e6. How does white defend e6? Is the question. Long castle. I have to I have to show this to Renier. White did castle long. He was making fun of me. Of course. Takes here and rook takes d8. So the trick here is that, of course, rook takes e8 is made in case of queen e4. Yeah. But black doesn't have to take. She takes here and then queen b7. And the knight. And g7. So we are hitting here and we are hitting here. Queen c4. Okay, so this allows a perpetual. King d1 because on king b1 queen e4 wins. Yeah. This forces the trade of queens, so now black is just ahead in material. So king d1 and another check. And now we don't have king e2 because of queen a6 once again. And king e1, bishop a5. And I won't want to draw there. Bishop a5 and I'm mating. Most likely. With queen c4 next. So she must come back and then this was a repetition. Okay. Very nice. Very nice game here. What else was happening? Let's see. Where is she? Let's see Ellen, but where is she? I've lost her. Ellen was playing white, I remember. Where is Ellen? There she is. We left the game here and b6. No, we left the game here and we thought that c takes d5 was good, which Ellen played. And we thought that black had to take with the e-pawn and bishop b5. She did play all this and now castle. Bishop a6, now she took and she got a very nice position. f4, this looks good for white. Knight c7 and bishop e1, very nicely played here. This bishop gets to h4. gets outside the pawn chain. 94. Queen h5 makes a lot of sense, the move that she played. And queen e8, of course, has to defend f7. f5. And black played f6. Because if she moves the rook... What if she moves the rook then? Will she take on e4 and play f6? Most likely, right? If the rook moves away... Okay, if the rook goes to e7, she will definitely take on e4 and play f6. She will definitely do this. So if the rook goes to d6, she will still take on e4. And now... And now what? d4 is not hanging. That's good news, because the knight on c7 is hanging, so the pawn is pinned. I believe f6 is still an option, but I'm not entirely sure how that is. It does look tempting. It looks tempting. Not sure if it works though. No, pawn takes, knight g4, and bishop h4. I was thinking she doesn't have to do that. Though she can... Oh, maybe she... Is f6 coming next? f6 is probably coming next from black. f6 is interesting here. Okay, so she played f6 instead, which forces the queen to... No, but queen d1? Why did she play queen d1 here? Doesn't she have any other move, like keeping the queen somewhere close to the king? Queen g4. Okay, if she takes on e8, rook 6 takes e8, and then the knight will have to drop back, and that's... Okay, we would like to avoid that. It's probably more or less equal, because it looks like she has something here. Where is the rook going? e6 or... I mean d6 or e7? Let's try e7. I take on e4, pawn takes. I would like to get rook f3 in, but cannot have it all. Take on e4 and knight c4. Something really exciting is happening. Let me just see how Ellen is doing. How is the game now? And we'll look at that. Knight g4, rook d7. I don't think she's doing very well now. No. Bishop takes c5, bishop b4. The knight on g4 is a little bit awkward, and this pawn on e3. Rook d3 is there. I think black must be better here. So what is happening? Where is Garifulina? She's playing white, yes? So let's look for her game. Here it is. What happened here? So this was another French And we had g4 here. So 95, queen d6, and queen d6, g4 happened. And queen h3 ideas. Knight b2, g5, rook f8, and bishop h7. And bishop h7 looks very tempting indeed. And then queen h3, and then king g8, and now f5 she played. I thought g6, but I guess on g6, rook f5. This must also be winning, no? Queen h7. This is also winning for sure. She played f5, and then she wants to play g6. She's winning, yeah. She is very much winning. So if rook f5, then she plays g6, and now the rook on f1 is open. I guess this is the point. No, she has more pieces attacking. I don't think the king can escape that easily. Knight f7 is a threat, and queen h8 mate. No, actually, rook takes f5 first, pawn takes, knight f7, and queen 8. No, I'm losing the pawn on g6. Hold on. I have to play knight f7 right away in this position. No moves here so far. No move so far. Black is thinking, but we will probably have a result soon. What else do we have here? Let's see the third board, because this position was, we thought it was equal, knight c4, and we did look at b6, didn't we? b3 and bishop a6. Yeah. We thought the bishop was a little bad, but it's not much. Now the bishop is out, rook d6. Ooh, very equal position, queen g4, f5, queen h5, and rook f6. Okay. But there is no threat, is there? Because rook h6, we have queen f7. The queen is not trapped. So she played rook c1, bishop b7, rook h6 is still not a threat, but queen h4. Okay, queen f8. I think white has a good position now. Bishop g2, finding a way back for the queen. Queen g5. No, the queen is definitely not lost here. Knight c4 there, and e4. There's a big weakness on e6, and several other weaknesses there. And queen d2. And here she played knight d6. Okay, I think she blundered here, no? Rook c8. The thing is that the rook on h5 is a little awkward now. I think this whole plan of rook f6 and rook h6 was not the right plan. Played here and takes, of course. Queen e2. Now she takes on d5. Black has to take with the pawn, and rook e1. We'll most likely have a result here soon as well. Queen e8 is coming, or queen e7. Yeah, white is doing very well here. Why aren't there any players from the UK? I don't know. That's a good question. What else do we have? Who else should we see? Let's see Irena. How is Irena doing? We left it here, also thinking it was an equal position. We actually left it right here, looking at queen d2, thinking it's equal. The knight goes to d4. We were talking about this, that black is fine, but we couldn't really see how to make progress here. But now we'll see how to make progress. Queen f4 and bishop a6, hitting there. White plays rook c1. Because if bishop takes e2, there is knight d4. Is that it? And knight c6? No, that's... yeah, I think that is it. Bishop takes e2, knight d4. Or is there anything better here? Knight on d7 is hanging. Knight d4. Bishop a6, I guess. And knight c6. Queen e8 and now takes on a7. Or queen a4. Yeah. No, queen a4... yeah, queen a4 can... Knight c5, takes on c5. No, queen a4 doesn't work because of knight c5. Hold on a second. Knight c5. So if I take on c5, the thing is that in the end the knight on c6 is hanging, no? This is takes, 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 queen c6. So this here doesn't work, but I can take on e7 first. With a check. Takes here. Now I take here. Queen takes, queen a6. And on queen c2 I can defend my bishop with queen a3. No, okay, queen a4 is not necessary, no? Here knight takes a7 or... knight takes e7 and rook c7 is probably also very nice. And takes on a7 then. This. And rook c7. Be a little more active. Okay, so let's see the game. She played here, h4, and now she takes, and now knight d4, and she goes to h5, knight c6, queen e8, queen a4, but here knight c5, no? Yeah. So what about this move? And rook c7. Yeah, the bishop is not on a6 anymore. That pawn can be defended, but I have queen a4 next. For example, if a5, queen a4 I want to play. And have a lot of pressure. Or some pressure. She played queen a4 and here Irena went knight c5. Takes here, queen takes c6, queen e7, and queen a8. Winning a pawn. If a3, knight b3. And if rook a1, yeah, if rook a1, she just has a very good position. Queen b8. Why not rook c8? Rook c8 is also interesting here, I guess. Queen b8 is threatening knight d3. Probably that's why she did this. Knight d3 and she wants to win the pawn on e5. And bishop d4, she's not on knight d3. What happens? What happens is that white can defend simply with f4. Takes on c5, b takes, and d4. And the pawn is running d3. Rook c8. What if d2? We're not getting rook d1, no? And how do we make more progress. Bring the queen to e2 would be nice. Not easy. Not an easy task to bring the queen on e2. And rook c8 with the idea of rook c2. Queen b6. That's the plan. Some queen b6 ideas, check, and rook c2. Try to use the open king. The queen has to stay on the diagonal. And here she plays f5. I'm not sure if there's anything better. I'm just trying to see. Because if queen e3 here, she will take on e5, no? Queen e3, white needs to have e5. No, she cannot take on e5. I'm losing the queen for a second time in this. For a second time today. King h7 and queen takes e5. Okay, so not queen e5. Okay, queen e3. Well, if I don't have queen e5, maybe she will play f5 once again, like she did in the game. Oh, because if f5, isn't h6 hanging now? No, g3 is also hanging. White cannot take. Yeah, I guess f5 and bishop takes d3. But it's probably slightly different because with the queen on d4, let's see, is there a difference? I was thinking that this might be the difference, but she takes here and queen e5. Yeah, and she takes on g3. And bishop g2, white cannot take because then she loses the queen on d3. So the king has to go to g1. She wins some time here, and then she plays queen g4. This is not easy though. She has a lot of counterplay, but it's not easy to win. There was a trick here. Maybe it didn't work either. Playing d2 earlier maybe. Rook f2. And here. Yeah, rook f2. Okay, check. Defense there. And what does she play now? King e1. And bishop d5, cutting the queen. And what's coming next? Queen e4. Queen e4 is probably coming next. Rook d2, and now how is queen g1? I think Irena should be winning here. Queen g1, king e2. How is this not a mate yet? Okay, queen g1, king e2, f4. I think that's enough. Check here and f4. There are no checks. f3 is coming unless white can take on d5. I don't think so. No, I don't think she can take on d5 because we don't have to take back. But we can play check. And wherever the king goes, we have queen f3 with black. So here, queen f3, and you just take on d5 with the pawn. So queen g1, king d2, f4, no? This seems winning. What's wrong with the sound? Is there anything wrong with the sound? Maybe this is what's wrong with the sound. Okay, what else do we have? Okay, let's see. Theodora was playing Ellen. Yeah, I could have turned that off all along, but I will have slightly less air in this heat, in this horrible heat. But I will try to survive without it for a little while. What happened here? Bishop b4, rook d3, and queen c4. Bishop takes b4, a takes, knight d5. Yeah, I was saying that this doesn't look good for Ellen. Rook d8, rook d1, and h5. The knight. So if knight f2, she loses e3. Is that it? Knight f2, knight e3. The queen is hanging. Yeah. It's probably where on queen d1 where everything went wrong. Queen d, rook d3, pawn takes, knight f2, and d2. Yeah. Knight e3 is coming to anything. And rook e1. Rook f1. She played knight e3. Okay, I guess everything is winning here. I thought rook e1 because you are threatening knight e3, but maybe knight d1. Knight d1 is probably the only move, and she will pick up the other pawn. Yeah, this is also winning. Knight e3, rook a1, and then she goes for rook c8. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, this what happened here? Mouse slip. And knight d3 to not allow rook c1, rook c2, or just d1. No, just promote. Yeah, she seemed to be doing well at some point. Here something went wrong. Here maybe queen g4. Just keep the queen here. So we have a result on the first board where white won. She had a very good position when we last saw this. Here it seems to be what's happening here. We have an endgame, an equal endgame. Black has just played a3, and she cannot really make any progress, can she? So okay, on king b3 I'm not really threatening anything here, and on bishop a2 there might be some tricks. Okay, she did play bishop a2. I was wondering what happens if bishop f7, but there are some tricks, no? Because bishop f7, I think d6 wins. d6 is a nice way to lose the game. Or you don't lose. No, you have bishop e8 anyway. Okay, it's still a draw. King b3, take the pawn. Or bishop f7 and king b3. Bishop f7 and king b3. Okay, so you're not losing the game. She went king d6 here, and on king b4 bishop f7, That's why she went king d6, no? So there's no d6, probably. Bishop f7. Take on a3, take on d5. Take on d5 and don't trade bishops, because the pawn endgames is winning for black. The king is too close, so here bishop b1. Still black is the one pressing here, king c5. So, okay, how do I make a draw here? King d4. Ah, do I have g4 now? I don't think I have g4, no. King c1, king e3. So I'm probably losing the pawn on g3. But it's probably still a draw. Because I'll put my king on e3. And how do you make progress? So now I have to wait for you to play king f3. So I will wait. King f3, I will play king d2, you take, I go here. Which should be a draw, because whenever you play g5 with black, I will take on g5 and sacrifice my bishop on f5. So imagine that you have a bishop on e6 and a king on h4 and play g5 with black. White takes, king g5 and bishop takes f5, draw. Now this should be an easy draw. I will, well, let's see this now, something like this. What I'm saying is that here I can wait. Can I just wait? Yeah. I was concerned about g5 here for a moment, but nothing there. Wait here and g5. What I'm saying is that here this is just a draw, no? Bishop f5 and make a draw. Board 46. Let's see board 46. Board 46 was wild. We had a Ruy Lopez. Let's take it from... No. Move 19 is already too late. Let's go here. Okay, this looks like a normal Ruy Lopez position. G5. Wow, she went d4 here. And this works. I know that here there are some ideas with knight takes g5. White has these ideas of king h1, f4. Bishop g3 is of course a move. And d4. And black played bishop b6. Because if she takes on h4, she probably didn't like that the king was too open. Takes here. Now, if I take on c5, knight takes h4. That's something that I'm not very happy about. It's not bad, but maybe I can do better. Maybe we can play h3 here with black. First. This looks okay for black. This also looks okay, and now she took on g5. Bishop takes g5. And takes here. And queen f3. It is getting wild. King g7 and bishop d5. Yeah, there was something there. Okay, I should defend. Knight d2. But here black seem to be defending, right? Takes queen d1 and now c6. And rook g8. Yeah, I guess rook g8 is fine, but why don't I take on c3? Is there any particular problem with taking that pawn? can take on c3 also. Okay, this is fine. f4. Okay, now she takes here with check. And knight g4. Queen e1. Queen e1. Takes on f1. e5 is always there in the air, no? But takes. What happens on e5 here? e5. Bishop takes f6 is a threat. Can take once, of course. D takes e5. And if pawn takes, what is happening here? What is happening? So white wants bishop takes f6 and win the queen. Oh, this did happen in the game actually, no? She played king f8 here. There's actually an idea here with knight g4, but so difficult to spot though. So what is the point? If bishop takes d8, but I don't see it. Bishop d8, knight f2, king g1. I also have to count the pieces. How many pieces do I have? Bishop takes d8. If rook takes d8, I have... Oh, I have to... No, a rook. I'll have a rook and a bishop. But I also have rook h8 and rook h2. Not necessarily, no. So, what if I take? Okay, so the good part of all this is that knight takes f1 doesn't work because of knight f2, and then you do win the queen back. Check, king g1, knight d3, and you get your queen back, and black has an extra rook. It's perfect. But what if queen takes? If queen takes, there's rook h8, but then knight f3 I thought on rook h8. There's of course knight f2, king g1. Okay, I will win the knight. Knight e4, knight d2. So that's when I'm going to have a lot of pieces for the queen. I think, because queen f6 is there. I think. Because you see, after king g1, knight e4, I go back. Oh, there's knight g3 here. If king h1, this is very nice. Knight g3. This is a very nice trick here. Pawn takes and rook h8. Okay, if I have this, it works. Because otherwise the queen is getting to f6. So on knight e3, knight e4, on knight e4, white has to play queen f2. Oh, this is a very nice idea here that black had with knight g4. But only move knight g4 here. Takes, and now take on d8. Not knight f2, just take. And now white cannot take with anything, yeah? It's a very nice one, knight g3. So she played king f8, and let's see how this turned out. Because now bishop h6, there. Oof, and it's very dangerous. Pawn takes. And it's suddenly black who's getting under attack. A very wild game indeed. Queen f4, defending the bishop, and threatening rook f1. And threatening bishop f7 actually. That's hanging there. Queen f6, check. Okay. How rook f1 here? Yeah, that's what she played. Cannot take on c2 because the queen is hanging. She played king h7 and now bishop f5. Yeah. 94. Oh, bishop c7. Because she cannot move the queen, no? Is that the point? Queen e5 is coming. That's correct. Or bishop g5 and queen h4 is actually coming, no? Queen e7, bishop g5 and queen h4. Queen here, bishop g5. Or rook f3. I think she has many moves now. Or bishop f8. That's even better. So bishop c7. Nah, take here, and that's more material now. That's just a piece up. 2 pieces up. Because the knight is coming out. Yeah. Okay. And that was a blunder here in the end. Very difficult, but very nice game, this one. Very interesting game. This knight takes g5 is always dangerous. So, yeah, let's see Monica. We looked at her game at some point. She was playing somewhere here. Where is she playing? Okay, Miruna won. Very convincingly, I think, by the look of this. This must have been, yeah, okay, it was an English. Just briefly look, let's see how this happened. Queen a5. Black has a good position. Okay, 91 is probably not the best move here. But she wants to get to d3, so she does have a point, no? Day takes here, and 95. Yeah. Queen e4 is met by knight c3. No, queen e4 is... Actually, the knight is pinned. She could have played queen e4, but I think same thing that she played rook c8. Knight b6. This pawn is advancing. That pawn is also hanging. Queen a4 there. Queen c6. And take on d1. And the knight is not coming out. Okay, very convincingly winning. And we were looking for Monica, yeah? She was playing white. No, we looked at her game at some point. She had that. Yeah, this English. It's reverse Rosolimo. How is the game now? This is the game now. How is she doing? Bishop pair, passed pawn. She seems to be doing great then, unless something else is happening. So now she must move the king. King e3 or king f3. I think both work because that pawn will just advance. King e3 makes a lot of sense. And if knight g3, a6. If black takes here, I guess that... Okay, a6 or bishop b6 first. But also this knight... Yeah, this knight is not really coming back, no? So a6 should be just... Yeah. I think this is good already. Bishop d5 must be played at some point. And then you have king d4 and you will play king c4 and king b5. Okay, probably not take on g3, probably knight c5. And on knight c5, how is bishop b5 to play a6? Bishop b5 or bishop c8 are the options. And I think both work, because if bishop c8, bishop c4, we can play bishop b6 here. Knight a6. King d4 actually here, no? Why don't I play king d4? Yeah. King d4. I was just focused on taking that knight. King d4 and king d5. If knight e6, you will take the knight and black cannot really catch the pawn anymore. No, I think Monica is winning here. And I think she will win this. The bishops are very strong here, combined with this passed pawn. I think she will play king e3, because this knight on g3 is out of play, and she will play e6 next. Knight c5, yeah. Okay, what else? What else do we have? Mihaela, no? We were looking at Mihaela's game. How is Irina doing though? Since we are here, she played this that I thought was fine, king d3, and now she played queen c5 to keep the king there, not allowing the king to go to c2. Probably, no? Queen d7, and now she played bishop c6 with the idea of bishop b5. And what happens if f3? What happens if f3 here? So if f3, she's probably focused on checkmating the king, but if f3, isn't she just playing f2 next? Or does white have something like queen f7 and g6 is white's chance here? But does it work? So queen f7, because f2 is a threat now. Queen f7. Yeah, but on e5, queen f5. No, e5, queen f5, g6, queen d7. f5, e5, queen f5, king h8. There are no more checks. But queen e5, no, not queen e5. Always losing the queen. Bishop c4, for example, or f2. So I'm looking at this, e5, queen f5. I first looked at g6, but then queen d7, so I'm not sure about this. Actually, I think it might be a draw, no? King h8, queen d8. Or queen e8. Oh, queen e8 to attack g6. So then here, I thought this because there are no checks. But then queen e5 was the question, to which I thought I have bishop c4. But still king e4, white is just hanging on. So bishop c4, there's king e4. I'm not winning the queen. And then there's f2, because the queen is now gone from the f file. But the question is, can white just take on f2 and then take on d5? Rook f2. If I take on f2, queen d5, it's very unclear. Definitely will fight for a draw. But I also have bishop c4 now. But how does that help me? Bishop c4, king e4. Ah, I have bishop d3. Okay, Got it. Bishop c4, king e4, and now I have bishop d3. That is the point, because now the rook is gone. That's a very nice point. King f4, queen takes f2. That's a very, very nice point. So f2 is winning then here. If rook takes f2 doesn't work, then this must be... Okay, rook d1 still, and we have to find a way. Oh, but if rook d1, I will still play bishop c4. King e4, takes f1. I'm not sure about that endgame. With the 2 pawns on the queen side. So here bishop c4, king e4. What I'm saying is that I'm not sure about this endgame. And f1. Please give me a queen. What just happened now? Not giving me a queen? What is happening? Why can I not get my queen here? Okay. Chess 24 board is not responding. So I guess I will have to refresh this. Still not giving me the queen. Okay, let's refresh this. And let's fix it. Once again. Fixed. Oh, and now I've lost my nice analysis. Oh well. I'm going to go to the notation and see, just see the game. And king e2. So we were here, there, bishop c6 she played. Yeah, and I was looking at e5, yes? Anyway, let's see how this was played. Here she wants to play bishop b5, and now queen d4, bishop b5. King e4, yeah. King e4 has to be played. Not so clear, no? e5, how's e5 here? Just e5, queen e4? Bishop c6, yeah, makes sense. King f2 and e5. Okay, let's see how this develops. What else? Lela won against Alessia. Yeah. Other games that ended here. Black won. Let's see if there are any upsets here. Okay, so this game did end in a draw. Let's see how this played out. Where did we leave it? No, we didn't leave it here. We left it around here. We left it. Knight c6, or yeah, right here. And she played a3. Aha, now g4 because she's forcing the trades. Pawn takes and knight e5. Yeah, if f4, then king, that allows king e6 and king f5. So takes, king e5. There, takes. Knight back to e5. Fixing the pawns here, knight d4. And h6. Yep. King d5. Yeah, b4 must also be a draw, no? Pawn takes, takes. And now king c6. I will be in time, right? King e5. King b5, takes, takes. Yeah, I will definitely be in time. King e5, king c5. and I will make it to f8. So she tried king c3 and king e5. Going to a position very similar to what, yeah, and just a draw here. Okay, what else do we have here? Black 1, here white 1. Any upsets here? We have a draw here on board 11. Some sacrifice that happened here. What happened in this game? What was this? A Sicilian, of course. Knight takes e4. Oh, okay, so this was a sacrifice. This rook takes c3 idea. Because now she takes on e4, so she takes some material, but does it really work here? Rook here and d5. What? Wait, what happened here? So if queen takes d7, queen takes d7, pawn takes g6. That's definitely the point. Take on h3, take on f7. Aha. Take on h3, take on f7. And take on e8. Okay, we have to double check this one. Queen takes d7. Very nice idea here. Takes here. So if queen takes h3, I'm definitely getting mated. With takes on f7. Take here, take on f7, and it's game over. We don't want that. What else do we have in this position? Pawn takes f7 is the threat. What happens on f5? What happens on f5 here? Takes on h7. And I thought that I don't have to take on h7. I thought that I have king h8. But it's only a piece up for black. Because I had sacrificed an exchange before on c3. Okay. It's not that much. But still. Takes here, there. Rook f5. Or queen g3. But on queen g3, bishop f6. Very interesting idea, this rook d7, but has to be double checked. Now e3, and now she takes on g6. Now she plays bishop here and rook f7. Crazy game. Double rook sacrifice in this game, but this one only leads to a draw. And now perpetual. Does she have to play rook f7 here? She does, no? It's the only move, because otherwise the queen is hanging on h3. So if rook moves anywhere, just queen h3 and the pawn cannot take back. And she doesn't have any other move. She can just defend with rook d1 or take the draw with rook f7, which is the wisest thing to do. I'm not sure if the attack is actually gone after f5. Here, no? f5. It's not that gone, no? Pawn takes h7. King h8. There is still something left. Rook f5 I thought, but then on rook f5, probably the same thing will happen, that I won't be able to move my rook from f5. Like e3 now. Oh, queen d1. Queen d1 is just checkmate rook f1, so I can never take on f5. Then it is gone. And on queen g3, this is the other moved. I thought bishop f6. Is anything wrong with bishop f6? Probably not. There's queen g6. But then what if I defend? Okay, if I defend, then rook f5 will happen because queen d1 is not there anymore. And here I can still lose the game. For example, if I play queen d6. No, queen c6. No, that doesn't lose the game. I was trying to make bishop g7 work, but I cannot make it work. But on queen e6, for example, I'm probably still losing the game, yes? With rook f5. Cannot move my bishop because of takes on e6. Okay, my first thought was, yeah, just mate on g7. Rook takes f5, and I cannot move my bishop. So I can still lose the game. Right here, if queen e6, rook f5, what do I do with my bishop? In this case, how do I defend after queen g6? Queen e7, still rook takes f5, and I don't have a good square for the bishop. Now if I move my bishop, there's rook f7, yeah? And then mate on g7. So maybe queen d8 then. Queen d8 because I want to keep the threat of queen to d1. But for sure not an easy position. Not an easy position at all. Very exciting game here. What else do we have? Do we have any more results? Yeah, we do have a draw on board 2, which was this endgame. Yeah. That we saw. We have board 5 still playing. Another endgame here. With an extra knight, but not enough pawns. So I guess here white will take on g5. And here king g6. And now knight f3 maybe. Knight f3 threatening knight e5. This is going to be a long game, I believe. Because white has to pick up this pawn, then try to pick up this pawn. And win with the h pawn. An extra knight. But it's definitely not going to be an easy task. But she actually played rook e1. Because that pawn on g5 will fall anyway. So what if b3? What if I play b3 here with black? I guess we can play rook somewhere. Rook e6 and rook b6. The pawn cannot advance. That's as far as it goes. Rook e6 here and then here. So that gets the pawn. And then take on g5. Yeah, long game. What else? What else do we have here? Okay, Andrea here against Laura. What happened in this game? We had also looked at this one, hadn't we? And we left it here where we thought that white should play bishop f2 and c4, and she plays with b5. Yep. And a5 and b4. White's idea is to play e4, knight takes e4, and now she plays bishop f8. She doesn't want to give white the center. Queen c2, threatening to take on f6, and then mate on h7, so she plays here. This is nice for black. And bishop on d5. Takes. And queen d8. Knight c3. It's not clear what white should be doing here, no? Knight c3 doesn't look like it because of knight c3. Simply, the knight on e4 was very strong. But what else to play? Maybe bishop a2, rook c8 probably on bishop a2. She took here, rook e2. Yeah, now with black is much better. Rook d1, the pawn on b2. She doesn't have rook d2 because of bishop b4, losing the rook on d2. So that means that the pawn on b2 is gone. She takes it, and now she has two passed pawns. Bishop on f2 is very bad also now. She loses it, but then the pawn on the a file. The pawn on the a file will be very strong. So here bishop a h6. No, she's not losing it, no? Because if queen c4, then black can take, and rook f2. And if rook f2, then she has a check here, and if rook f1, bishop e3. This was a very nice trick. So white is in fact not winning the pawn on c4. Play rook b1 and rook b3. Very comfortable position. She takes this one. White tries to do something on the long diagonal, but yeah, bishop g7 just solves everything. Nothing on that rank either, and now c3. Rook here and queen f4, because yeah, nothing is hanging basically. She can do a rook f8 and bishop e5. She wants queen h2. Queen h2 and rook b2. So if bishop f8, she has queen h2 or rook b2. Which way do we go? I thought this way and then rook b2. And king f2, rook b2. And this leads... Oh, she played king f1 in the game. And rook b2, yeah. Very nice. Very nice game. That bishop h6 was really nice here. Saving the pawn. No? Okay, let's see some more games. What is left here? Only board 5 left. And Irena. Okay, let's see Irena. How is she doing here? So we left it around here with the king on... No, we left it here. King e4, and e5. This is where we left it. King c5, queen c5, and queen f6. She wants to push the pawns. h5. And now check here. King f1. And what is happening here? Can we win the pawn on h5 somehow with checks? Queen h1, king f2, queen g2. King e1. Queen h1, this looks... Okay, on king e2 we can take the pawn with check, so king f2 is the question. She did play queen h1, and probably king f2 is going to be played. Yes, and now we have this position on the board. What do we play here? Bishop f3? Check. We want check and mate on... No, it's not a mate on g1. But at least white cannot take on e5, no? So here bishop f3. The point would be that if queen e5, I can checkmate here. Check here and here. So the pawn cannot be taken on e5, which is good news because then maybe we can play e4 and advance the pawn. The two pawns. The question is if white has any annoying checks. Queen c2 we play e4. Doesn't seem like white can do anything annoying here. Probably bishop f3 will be played. What else do we have? Monica versus Monica. Aha, here. Board 20, you mean. Okay, this is what's happening here. King e5. The pawn on c5 is hanging, so I have to play rook a6 now. Okay, it just made a draw. Oh, because this came from here. King f5 and rook d5. And it was a repetition. And king e5 must have been that they put the kings on the board. Okay. What other game do we have here? Who panicked in the endgame? Which game shall we see next? What's happening here? Black is 2 pawns down. Opposite card bishops, but we still have rooks. And the king is not safe. So maybe there might be a mating net, no? With g4 at some point and rook a8, rook h8. So we might have another upset here. In this game. On board 26. We have another game here. We have Dina playing with black. How is this endgame? Probably, in theory, it's a draw. But I have won this endgame with black, so anything can happen. Now I guess she will play e4. Of course, white will have to make some mistakes in order to lose this. So e4 here, probably. Okay, or rook b6. Just keep the tension for a little while. So things that we can do here is try to play g5 somehow and create a passed pawn, but white should be able to defend. White will wait, I guess. Rook a4, king f1, rook c5 also can be played. Let's see how this develops. It should be a draw. But let's see. We have another game here on board 17. Oh wow. Will this be another upset? What is happening in this position? White doesn't seem to be doing well here. What is white playing now? White can play b4, and with the idea of bishop b3, but okay, I will stop it with bishop d5. I'm not losing anything there. On b4 I can take it, and I thought bishop b3, but I have bishop d5, unless there's anything else. No, I don't think there's anything else. I will play bishop d5 here. Looks like white's pieces are very badly placed. She doesn't have many moves. The knight has to keep the square f3 under control, because otherwise rook f3 is coming. So knight c4, rook f3, I guess. Rook f3 and queen f7. Okay, let's see some more. Let's see some more. What else do we have? We have board 34 still playing. Many endgames. How is this endgame? Black seems to be more active. She's threatening f4 right now, but she's also a pawn down. She will take it back. f4 and rook takes f2. White cannot stop that, right? There's no way to stop f4. I think black is doing well here. f4 and rook f2, and then push the pawn. Cannot defend the pawn because then h3 is hanging. Well, I can try maybe, I don't know if something like a4 works, so that I play bishop d2 and attack a5. Or maybe get my king in. How is a4 here? I guess b4 is a little bit annoying on a4. No, on a4, b4 is something that I don't like very much. Can also play d4 now. And on f4, I cannot take on c5 because of pawn takes e3 and pawn takes f2. So here on f4 I have to play bishop d2. If takes here, I will take here with black. And then the pawn on f2 is just very, very dangerous. Takes here, takes here. I have to play bishop d. Wait, here. Bishop d2. And rook takes f2 and bishop takes a5. If this here. And then take on d4, bishop b6. But we have a move, don't we? We do have d4. She played d4 in the game. So let's see what black plays here. I think she'll play f4. I don't think she can play anything else. Because if she doesn't play f4, then d5 is coming. So, here. And now we'll probably see bishop d2. Rook takes f2, I guess. Bishop takes a5. I don't know if we have anything else here, like takes on d4. Takes on d4 can transpose. Bishop a5, rook f2. So let's see this. No? Bishop a5. Black can also play... Okay, she can take on d4, but she can also play f3 here. How is that? Takes on... I mean, f3 here. If white takes on c5, I want to take, and then rook g2, f2, and I will threaten rook g1. Maybe bishop b6 in this position. What happens on bishop b6? It's very complicated, this endgame, isn't it? If I take on d4, bishop takes, and then I wanted to play rook f1. And attack the pawn. So let's see what happens now after d4, what black will play. Takes here. If I take here, takes on f2. I have to play rook f1. And I thought this looks good for black, but maybe it's not easy anyway, no? King d6, king c1, king d6, king d2. This can probably be played as well. Rook f1, king here, and I will bring my king closer. Take here, I play king d2. I want king d2, take this pawn. Now black will have this passed pawn, but white will create another one on the queen side, most likely. So let's see. Let's see how this plays out. What else do we have? We've had a few upsets here. As far as I can see, Andrea made a draw. Let's see her game. How did this happen? So we had this position. She had a bishop on f1 when we last saw this. Queen a2. And queen back to f7. Okay, she takes here. And queen f6. Because if she pushes the pawn, she loses some pawn. Probably. If a5, there is queen b6. Is it queen b6 that's going to happen? I'd like to get my pieces on the first rank, but it's not easy to do that. She played queen f6. Oh, and here they repeated moves. Queen here. Because if king g7, what happens? e5. If what is what white wants. e5 and try to get some counterplay. But still she's a pawn up. If only she could advance them. e6 is also coming. So what can we do now? If queen f3, queen d7. Rook f7. Queen e7, then e6, no? If queen e7. And this is what she was worried about. So here in queen c6. And if queen b7, still e5 and e6. And white got some counterplay here. Board 39. What's happening on board 39? Oh, so she played king e3, knight e4, king e3, knight here, and she played bishop b5. We looked at bishop c8, but bishop b5 also seems to be working. Bishop d5, and she pushes the pawn. Here, bishop b6. And bishop d7. And the threat is to play a7 and take on e6. She played bishop d7 here, and now how do we win it is the question. How do we win it? On king e7, for example, no? What do we play? Because if we take on e6, then that's not going to be winning. She wants to play bishop c8 maybe. And bishop b7. So on king e7, can we play bishop c8? With the idea of bishop to b7. How can black defend here though? So if on bishop b7 we play something like king e6, I think white cannot advance the pawn. But how do we get that? What if knight c5 here? If knight c5, no, if knight c5 she will take and bishop b7, so that's winning. So what will black play here? How will she stop the pawn? Knight d8. Knight d8. That's how she stops the pawn. Because on knight d8 I cannot take and play bishop b7. But then we can play king to d4, which is another thing that I wanted to get. I wanted to get king d4. But where am I going? That's the question. Bishop f3, let's say. I'm going to c4 and to b5. King c4. And black will wait. Bishop c6. And maybe I will play here. With the idea of king a5, and somehow I want to get on b6. King a5 and at some point take on d8 and king b6. Maybe that's the way in. But she didn't play this. No, she played bishop d7. We have a move here. Oh no, she didn't play. Black didn't make a move here. Black is still thinking. So let's look at our position here. King e7. We said bishop c8. And maybe get the king in. King b4. I guess black will wait. Or maybe try to... No. Let's wait. Let's see what happens if black just waits. Now king a5. Bishop here. Okay. What is happening? Can you guys still... Can you guys still see me? Something happened here. I'm just going to check. Is anything wrong with the connection? Apparently it broke for a moment, yeah? Okay. But now I think I'm back. Okay. So, we were here, bishop c6. And I wanted to see if we can take on b6. Probably, I mean on d8 and king b6, probably not right away. We do have some moves. They did play all the way until here. King e7, bishop c8, and knight d8. This was played. King d4, this was all played. And here I was looking at bishop f3. No, just wait here. And let's see how we win this. Bishop c6. How do we win this? If we take on d8 and bishop b7, black can still take on b7 and king to c7. I thought the pawn endgame is not clear, but maybe that's clear. Is that clear? Take here, take bishop b7. There's also king c7, but let's see this one first. King c7, I go here. So now I want king a7, then bishop here, king b8, king to b6. There, takes. And apparently this is clear, yeah. White is winning here. If f5, king f6, here, take here. Winning. So, at this point, this cannot happen. King d8, bishop b7. Black can also play king c7 here. After which we have to take. Take. And how is this endgame? Most likely still winning, because a7, king b7, king b5, we got in. King c6, and takes on d6, and get to a similar endgame. Okay, both winning here. So if we get to with the king on a5, we can take on d8 and play bishop b7 then. This is the conclusion. I'm just wondering if black can put up a better fight. But I don't see what she can play. Maybe some checks on c6 when the king was getting closer. The only thing is that if she can find a fortress somehow. No, king c4. So now we want king b5. Bishop e2 will play king to b4. d5, the pawn is not going anywhere, so I wasn't worried about that. It just blocks the bishop, d5. Okay, let's see what black plays here after king d4. But I think at this point it's already easily winning. Oh, but we might also play, because we went to that endgame with the king all the way on a5, but now I realize here, why don't I just take on d8? This is much easier, right? I don't have to waste that much time. King c7 and king d5. It's just very easy now, yeah. No need for that. And king e6. No, bishop d8 is the threat right away. Bishop takes d8. And bishop b7. So yeah, definitely winning. Okay, let's move on to another game. We had some interesting endgames, like this one, for example. What happened here? Rook d6. She put the rook behind. Rook b3, block the pawn, and now go after the pawn. Will be the next step, like knight e5 and knight d3. She played knight d4. And knight c2. Knight b4, rook b7. And try to win now. I check here and move. So she'll try to hold on to the pawns and trade the g-pawn. That's why she plays knight e3 here, because at this point g4 is a threat. If I get to play g4, I trade the remaining pawn. Knight to g4. And now what? King to f3 and king e4, and bring the king in, because we will need to pick the pawns up somehow. We will need to pick some pawns up. King f2 and rook d7, but I don't think that will be enough. The king will stay on g6. King f3 with the idea of king e4, but king f3, rook e1. What if I don't let you advance? Let's see what happens here. Complicated position. What happened in this game? In the end, white played rook g3 and rook f2. Bishop c3 and boom. Because, okay, if she takes with the queen, queen f1, and this is a checkmate. And of course she took with the bishop in the game, but then knight f2. King here and takes here. Bishop d1. So she has only a rook for the queen, but now queen d7. And she will have even less for the queen. White is completely lost now, I don't think. Yeah, she resigned here. So we have another upset here. In this game. Let's see more games here. Here, there was an interesting endgame. So how did this develop? We left it on bishop d7, and bishop f6, with the idea of something of like g4. No, we're talking about getting a mating net, so she plays g4 herself. And let's see how we make progress here with white. Check here, and f4, f4, f5. She plays king g1, and the idea is to get the king to f2, e2, and maybe go help the pawn out. I don't think that will be possible though, because the queen will stay on the d file. So how can white try to win this? Maybe she can try at some point to play g4 and then f5. Maybe I'm getting cold with a fan. In this heat, it's not going to be easy to get cold. What is happening here? Rook d2, cutting the king. And king f1. Because g4, I don't think that leads anywhere for now. Takes f5 and f6. The pawns will still be blocked. We just have to find a good way of getting that good version of that. King f1, yeah. That makes sense. Okay, let's see some other game. We had Irena playing and she won. How did she win? She played bishop f3 and then she took on h5, just like that. And now there are so many pawns. Yep, and push the pawn. Okay, she took here, queen e5. No, but this shouldn't be enough. Takes another pawn. And trade queens. Very nice. Very nice win. Okay, do we have any development here? So rook a2, king g3. No, I don't think we have any. Do we have any new moves here? I don't think so. Yeah, we do actually. We left it here. Rook a2 and king g3. We are move 59 and don't have a lot of. Black doesn't have a lot of time left. She's playing on the increment. Rook a5. Easy to make mistakes, but now what she's trying to do is cut the king. Now don't allow the king to get in. And not lose any more pawns. How is this endgame developing? So she played e4 and took the king to c7. She wants to somehow get the king in. Maybe king b6. She's trying to get a way to advance the king. But the rook will stay on e5. On king b6. Or she can just play rook b5 here. But then she manages to get the king out, doesn't she? She goes here. And if rook e5, then the king can go to d6. Oh, rook and rook a5. So no, I'm not getting my king anywhere. Maybe king c6, inviting white to give a check on e6. She probably won't, but... So let's see what happened here. Rook e5. And on king b6, king e2 maybe. I don't think she will be able to pass the king, but let's see. Let's see how this goes. We have another game here, and this was the one where she played d4, f4, and we have this endgame. That I thought initially that was good for black, but then I wasn't so sure anymore, because here king e5, king e2, yeah, and takes on f2, but g5. Yeah, black has this passed pawn, so definitely she's the one playing for an advantage here. And king e1. Also with very little time. But king e1... Isn't king e1 losing a pawn now? What happens on rook c3? Oh, I think here rook c3 gets this pawn. Rook b2. White can play rook b2, and rook c3 was played. Actually, this was just played. And rook b2, I can take on c4, check, and I think my king is very close. Let's see. Or I can just play king f4 now. I don't have to take on c4. How is king f4 now? Rook b5, g4. Try to push the pawn. She did play rook b2. And let's see what black plays now. Rook takes c4 or king f4 or g4. Try to push the pawn quickly. Any other games that we have left? Okay, we have Luminita. We haven't seen her game. How did I not go through her game? So she's white and she's trying to win this. Can she win this? What happens if h6 now? She play rook g7, king. Where does the king go? Because now my king will come out. If king f6, then h6. And I might play king g8. I might, because I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. My king might just be stuck on h7. If I play h6 here and black just waits, she did play h6. And what if black just waits? How do I make progress on this position? If king g8, she will take on h6. She did play rook h2. I'm guessing all the moves here. So now I want to play something like rook b7. But on rook b7, I was wondering, can black even take on e2? She doesn't need to, but can she? Because on king g8 there is rook e8. And I have to come back to h7. But I can also just wait on h1. I don't have to do anything crazy here. I'll wait on the h file. Let's see how white makes progress, right? If rook b4, if you try to go after my pawn, I can defend with rook h4. I can defend, no, rook h4, e3. Rook h4 is not really defending, no, because of e3. And on king g5, I will take on f4. Okay, I can also defend with king g5, but here I thought if I manage to get the king on g5, then I wanted to play rook b6, and then the king goes to g7, and I can push the pawn. So, what do we do here with black? If something like rook b4 happens. We can wait for white to take on f4, and to which we play king g5. I think that's what we are going to do. So rook h2. And whenever white takes here, then king g5, and the pawn on h6 is lost. That's exactly what black wants. Okay. So then this cannot be won, right? We have a move, we have rook g6, king f7. I don't see how I can make any progress here. It's probably going to be a draw. Probably going to be another draw here. What other game did we have? We have another game here. Many rook endgames, but this should also be a draw. Just king g3 here. Black cannot make progress. So we're going to have another draw here for sure. We have another game here. Exchange up for white for pawn. Well, that pawn on g4 is a passed pawn. And this is another position that's very difficult to win. Now the pawn on a4 is hanging, so what are we going to do? a5, rook a4. If a5, just rook a4. We attack the pawn once again. Maybe some rook h8 ideas, but no, rook. I can take on a5 anyway. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how this plays out. So here, no surprises. We had a draw on... We did have a draw here. Yeah, we did have a draw. We saw this one. Any game that we haven't looked at. This one. Yeah, but here black is just promoting the pawn next. No, queen c6. There's a check there. The king will hide. Check. King f5. Maybe another check here. And take on f4. Take on f7. So how do I do this? Maybe king g4. On queen d7, I want king g3. I want to hide behind this pawn, play queen c2 and promote. On queen g2, I wanted to take the pawn now. But I can also play queen... No, I have to take the pawn. Check here. Queen f2, king g5 or king... How do I hide now? King d4. Queen e2, king d4. And go to c2, no? Check here, I go here. And now to any check, we play king d3 and hope to hide on c1. Queen d5, I guess, will be played. Yeah, king g4. Okay, so here black will win. Most likely win. And let's see what else we have. We had this game. This game where she played rook b2 and played a4. I like king f4 here. Because on rook b5, what I wanted to do is g4. But I can also play a4 now. Maybe this transposes? How was the game? a4, rook b4. a3. No, it doesn't really transpose because now the king will not get through. That's the point. She takes on c5 and rook b3. And now if the rook will be busy defending the pawn on a3, then black won't be able to make progress easily. If she has to play rook a5, king f2, and if king f5, rook a3, and white will have a counterplay with that a pawn. It's still not going to be easy, but so let's say king f4. Now this takes here and something like g4 or rook c2 to cut the king. Let's say g4. because I can still play rook c2 next. Probably king f1 or king f2. Maybe a check here and king g1. And now the king cannot go to g3. And the thing is that here, white shouldn't go and advance the pawn. She will just wait here. Rook d2, rook b3. And this is how you make the draw. You wait for black to play g3, and then you'll play rook to the 8th rank. So if black takes this one, you will still wait. Rook c3. Don't allow the king to get in. And whenever black goes g3, then we will go rook c8. And start checking from behind. So most likely another draw here. How did this game? Okay, white won the pawn. The pawn on g5. What did she play? Here? Wait, how did the knight go there? She played knight e5 in this position, yes? Yep. Rook f1. What if rook b5 here? Not sure if rook b5 will happen. She played here and here. Oh, and here she could have played rook e1 and forced the trade of rooks. Probably was easier to win, no? If rook e1. But rook e5, she won this pawn. She plays king g2 first, no? Because if she takes on g5, then she loses the knight here. Rook takes f3. She cannot do this. So she plays king g2 first. She could have still played rook e1. She goes after the pawn now, rook g5. And now again the threat is rook takes f3. She moves the rook out. Check there. And still not easy to win. You have to win another pawn on g7 now. How does this play out? So white eventually played g4. Yeah, this is what I thought white should eventually do, but I think now it's... how do we make progress? How was this? Here. And rook f6. Okay. Aha, so the thing is that now she has to play g4 because black is threatening to trade rooks. Now if rook f8, rook h8. And she wants rook h6 next. In this position. So she played here and then f5. And rook h5. Yeah, this is not what I wanted. No, I wanted to get the pawn to f6, but here white is losing the pawn on f5. Rook f6 must have been a mistake. Rook g6, king f7. And white cannot hold on to the pawn. Rook g6, king f7. Can take the pawn on g4, but takes on f5. And that's a draw. So this was the moment. This was the moment. Then rook g5 has to be played. And maybe then she can bring her king up. With king e3, king d4. All the way to f6 if possible. Another draw here then. How did this endgame play out? King g2. They will play out for a while here. When was the last pawn advance? The last thing she played was e4. So here, move 56. King g2. And let's see what you do with black, no? Now the king is cut on the 8th rank. This game. Knight d3, rook a1. Okay, so what is white's plan? Bring the knight to f5 and eventually win the pawn on g7, or to e6. She plays knight f4. But how do we get that? King h7, rook d7, and rook e1, for example. If I just wait and let's say rook d7, you're threatening knight e6. Oh, but that can always be defended with rook g1, so it's not a big threat then. So I can just wait or give a check. Rook g1 maybe. Defend the pawn. I think they will play this for a while. So we have many equal endgames here. This one, yeah, this is the... We have this endgame in 2 games, don't we? In another game we have the same endgame with the pawn a little more advanced. We had it here. Yeah, and now... What is the position on the board now? This is the position. Oh. So what happened here? Rook b3, rook a5. Brought the king here and attack the pawn. Attack the pawn. And now she will take on a3. And we will most likely get to the position we were seeing. Any other interesting games that we have here? What did Monica do? She won that. She won that endgame, didn't she? It looked winning. Yeah, she did win. Let's see how she won. Knight d8, king d4, bishop c6, and now she took here and yeah. Oh, here black resigned. She was going to play king d5. Okay. Here we have this position. They'll probably agree to a draw soon. Play rook b4, but I don't see how white can make any progress here. This one is also going to be played for a while. And here, what do we have now? This is the current position. King f7. So we had a check here, king f7, another check. But it's... Check. And this was a repetition. I think here black would have claimed the draw already. And rook g8. And this game, which one was this one? Oh, okay, yeah, this one with the a pawn. I think this must have ended already because they haven't played any more moves. So this must have ended. They have the same position for a while. It was probably a draw. That's why the king is on e5. And we only have this one. Where white is fighting, trying to win that pawn. Trying hard to win the pawn on g7, but it's probably not going to happen, is it? If she trades rooks, she will be winning. Wait, what happened here? Why did the bar just go up? If king g5, she will get a check. Knight h3. What is happening now? Knight h3, rook waits. She did play knight h3 because there are some ideas with knight g5, which is going to be a checkmate. So if rook h2, yeah, okay. If rook h2, if she waits, she will want to play... No, but here king g3, rook h1, knight g5, king h6. I thought that was working. Rook d8 and knight g5. Somehow get rook h8. What is it that we want here? Okay, let's see what she played now. King g8. So the point is that now we don't have rook g1 with black anymore. And that is annoying. Because now rook d8 and you cannot play king h7 because then it's a checkmate. So the point is that now let's make a move. Rook somewhere, rook a1. We want to give a check. And on king h7, this is mate. And rook h8. So here on rook d8, black has to go to f7. And what did we get? Knight g5, king f6, rook f8, and we forced the king out and we've won the pawn. That's it, knight g5, and if king here, we give a check. If king e7, I have rook f7 to win the pawn. And if king e5, I have rook f7, but if rook f7, I have to be careful. There's rook g1. So I don't want this. Rook g1, because this... I'm not sure if yeah, I can still defend here, knight h3. And take g7 next. But I could have given a check first. Force the king a little further. And then rook f7. Which is probably better. And we have some moves. On rook a1, she played knight g5 first. Also makes sense because now rook d8 is a threat. Rook g1 and here king f5, I expect. King f5. Threatening mate on d8 and the king wants to go to g6. But if rook f1, for example, we cannot go to g6 because of rook f6. So there is still a chance here on play king f4. Rook f1, she will probably play rook, king to g4. A check here. So how do we make progress now? King h4, rook h1. She got the king to f2. Wait. I thought this might happen. Here and king f2. Yeah, but now she's losing the rook. Yeah. I thought that, yeah, here something like king f8. I was looking now. I was thinking here, but then again rook g8, no? Rook g8. You don't have king f6 because of rook f8. You have rook g1. And I can go either way. I can go to f4 because now if check, I have knight f3. Knight f3, king f7. King e5, king e5. Okay, king e5 and knight e4. But king f7. So I will just go to g6 then. Check, check, and king g6. Okay. Yeah. So if check, king e5 or king g4, and then go to f5 and to g6. Okay, good win here for white. And do we have any other results in the other games that we thought were very equal, like this one, for example? We don't have a result, but it's black to play. Yeah, probably rook d3 again, and another check. Here. Do we have any progress? The king is now on f6. And white will wait. Oh, rook b8, king e5. Attack g6 whenever the king goes to e5. So for example, here on rook b8, if king e5, my guess is that she can play rook b6 or rook g8. Rook g6, rook d6. And maybe then we can get the king in, but where are we going with the king? If check, king d4, let's say that the king gets here. Rook a8 and start checking from the side. Maybe like this. No, not like this, because on check I can never cover. There's rook a6 again. So on check I have to eventually come back to e5. We had two more games where black had a pawn on g5, which I think ended in a draw. I think this is one of them. Yeah, this ended up in a draw. And what was the other one? We had also this one with the exchange up, but very complicated because of that pawn on g4. And they agreed to a draw here. This one we already saw. We had this game. Yeah, draw. And we had this game with the g-pawn, which did end in a draw here, right here after rook a5. The rest was probably analysis. So we only have two games left. This one I expect to be finished very soon, because I don't really see how white can try to break through. You'll just wait. What tricks are there for white? Okay, let's look for tricks. So what can white want? Maybe she wants to get the king to f6. And some rook a7 or rook a8, rook d8. But she's not getting there. And then we have this game. We have this game. Will black manage to win this? What do you think? Will black manage to win this, or is it going to be a draw? She will for sure fight this until the bitter end. Now she must go back to f6. Because if she doesn't, then rook e6. And rook e6 or rook g8, and white wins the pawn on g6. So here we will see this move, most likely. And rook a8, for example. And always checks from the side. Okay, so I think that we will have 2 more draws. And I'm going to sum up this round. We had a few upsets here. We had a few draws and we had a few wins. No, we had that game here on board 17. This was probably the biggest upset. That black one in style. White was not able to move at some point. And we had another win, didn't we? I remember we had another one. The one where everything was hanging. And we have another upset here on board 36. With white winning her game. And Sedina's game. Which was a mess, this game. Where at some point anything could have happened. The sacrifice on g5. Very interesting game. Thank you very much for watching. With this, I'm going to end today's stream. I will see you tomorrow at the same time. That's 2 p.m. CEST with round 2. Let's see what that brings us. If you have any questions right now. If not, I think that's all. And we'll see how this ends. Let me see if there are any more moves in the meantime. If there are any more moves here. Yeah, here there is some change, but it's probably going to be a draw. For sure it's going to be a draw. Soon they will make 50 moves without any pawn move. And the game will be done. Thank you.